Welcome to session number 13 of Tears of the Kingdom. After having inserted a bit of a bonus stream earlier in the day, we are back. And with a current count of 30 shrines and 102 Koroks. And we're about to add a couple more to that. When we left off, we were just about to get started with a Korok puzzle to escort somebody all the way up there. And we had just started working on the build to get this one to reach his friend. I think actually we're going to rethink that. We're just going to create something long to pull him up. If he's going to ascend, we're just going to pull him up step by step with something lengthy and, whoops, perhaps somewhat balanced. But it's not going to be particularly elegant, but maybe it'll work. And Supernova, we'll see. The frequency of the streaming is probably only going to last as long as Zelda, but later in the year I'm going to scale up a bit. I'll be off for a bit of a chunk of the summer, but if I'm back more regularly, we've got a lot of Maker backlog to catch up on. We can also get back into some other things like Scrabble again, which I haven't really been able to find time to stream in the last year or so. A lot of the daytime streams can't happen that often, though. It's just a fact of my schedule. But remarkably, I'm actually playing less of this game than I did of Breath of the Wild when it first came out. But that's because I was playing Breath of the Wild on a bit of a no-life basis. Anyway, we just need to get within range to pull this guy up. Which means we'll just take apart the table that we were building earlier, and as long as we build some kind of support structure underneath, I think we might be able to do it. Like as an anchor point or something like that. In fact, yeah, if you kind of enforce the tilt here, it's not going to be terribly balanced, but it might work. Then I'll try to tug the guy up. Reach my friend, etc. Yeah. We'll just pop him down here. Add a couple bars on top just to give me a bit of a grip. It's possible to just walk up the slope as well, mostly. Up to a point. We just need an anchor point that we can pull without everything kind of falling apart. We'll see if this works. And at least some of the time that I'm currently devoting to streaming, should probably get back to making levels, which I haven't been able to do in quite some time. And which I do miss. And alright, so whoops. Hang on. We need a way to rotate that out afterwards, and we can do it. Basically, I would need to rest it on that beam. Yeah, I had a lot of trouble finishing things, basically. Where there were a lot of mechanics that I had in the draft box that didn't quite go where I wanted. And you know, sometimes, as you know, it just takes a lot of work to find the way to polish something up if it's not necessarily obvious what the solution will be, but it does take a certain amount of patience and experimentation that was difficult to come by. And I do wish I'd been able to keep up with it quite a bit more, but, you know, I'm always distracted by so many other things. Particularly other games. I think Mario Maker is definitely one of those games that really substantially benefits from being somebody's almost only game, or main game to an extreme degree, which I think is the case with a lot of the makers we know, that, you know, they do play other things, but most of their time is substantially Mario Maker, and I think the hours definitely show, right? Okay, and just build this structure, and then this is actually potentially going to work as long as it doesn't topple backwards. It won't. Great. It might actually work. Huh. Yeah, I mean, you know, in the long run, we've been sticking around for Mario Maker for long enough that I've been paying more for the online subscription than I had ever done so for the game itself. It's not really something that I think of so much in terms of value anymore, even. Because after a while it just becomes a part of your lifestyle almost. And it's nice to have a game like that where you can do that and just keep getting more out of it. As long as Nintendo doesn't delete all your stuff, unfortunately, which is always the major limitation. And which is too bad, because the people whose levels get deleted, you know, like people in the troll community, they're the ones who really kind of know the ins and outs of the engine the most. And oh. Okay, anyway, he's going to reach his friend, and that's fine. Let's just make sure we get rid of this guy first. Point blank. How do we not hit him at point blank? That is a shame. Let's hit him with the axe. Oh, and let's not take apart our entire wooden structure by taking an axe to it. That would be a real disgrace. Anyway, this solution was fairly elegant. I wish I'd thought of it immediately in the last stream when it was actually very obvious to me when I looked at it fresh just now. Point blank is a safe spot, apparently so. Okay, 2 more in the bank. And let's keep going. Previously, I wanted to wrap around to our first Great Ferry, potentially. Also, finding a way up with this thing also allowed me to potentially find a gentle way back down, which we should have looked for much sooner. This is definitely a path that didn't exist in Breath of the Wild, since Breath of the Wild was all about not letting you just jump off the plateau too early. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, there are too many video games of incredible depth that compete for my time and attention, and my increasingly limited time and attention. Which is too bad in some ways, because I've always preferred games where you can go a lot deeper and play as your main thing for a very long time. Mario Maker being one example, but also Breath of the Wild and this game being another. We got lightning here. Let's make sure we are not wearing lightning tools. Okay, so Sonnet Shield is immune. The Construct Bow is also immune, so we'll keep the Construct Bow. And who is this? Oh yes, we've met her before. Now it's just mushrooms here, right? Yeah, no, we have what we need. But, depending on whether the Great Ferry requires a cash payment in this game, we will to find that out soon and see whether we need to sell some things accordingly. Anyway, let's run off. And then... Oh, bombardment. Oh, and there's water leaking there, which tells me this might actually be the spot we're looking for, if this is supposed to be the main gate. In terms of saving the Temple of Time. So we are pretty much along the north wall. This definitely didn't exist in the last game. It's probably going to spill water everywhere, and that's fine. In fact, it's very impressive when you see that happen dynamically. Do we have something to smash that with? Only metal. Let's bomb it. Let's give it a bomb in the face. Also, if you used a duplex bow with a piece of ammo, I guess it probably uses one bit of ammunition for a double shot, right? And look at that, it's going to drain. And that's going to solve the Temple of Time problem. Now that's something very dynamic that definitely could not happen in the previous game. We kind of create a lake for ourselves. Or not. Actually, no, it just comes out to the soil and we can pick up all this fish, which is fine by me. We can also pick up some of these rocks, which may or may not be something. Probably nothing. Okay. And who's running off in the rain? Oh yeah, we met her before. So... Or Savata, rather. And yeah, that's just a bit of a tutorial message in some ways. Okay, this is definitely the clue that the Temple of Time was giving me. And which actually gives you a land entrance up to the Great Plateau, which is very interesting. You hear my voice? Yeah, so this might restore the goddess statue. Come to me in the Temple of Time ruins up the road on the plateau to the south. I wonder what this gate looked like in the previous game. But it definitely, obviously, wasn't bomb blocked. And now that we've recovered this, I wonder if we can pick it up. We can't. It's probably just going to tell me the same thing if I talk to it twice. That's a pointer to the goddess, who, having seen us free this pathway, will perhaps tell us something completely new. Yeah, because this was definitely filled in the last game permanently. And I don't know if there's anything else to manipulate down here. Not really. In fact, in Master Mode, I think you see one of your first floating platforms. Floating enemy platforms around this area. Anyway, Temple of Time, and now we have an easy weapon down, which would have saved me quite a bit of trouble. Previously, also, enemy. Is this an armor guy? It is. We should just bust him down while we still can. Okay, good. What are we holding? Stone axe. We can use a talus hammer. We got two of these now, so we probably just could have used a talus hammer in the first place to shatter the armor, but the bomb will do just as well. We're starting to run a bit lower in the bomb, so we were sitting pretty for a while at about 30 something. We're down to the low 20s now. We haven't really restocked lately. But, you know, a couple of caves and we'll be able to do that. This is going to be fire, arrow. And we'll just toast him. In fact, we can take the axe to him as well. It's a tree, it's not going to survive very well to an axe. It's just going to die to an axe, in fact. We should have just done that in the first place. I think I found that out in an earlier stream, too. And we're not going to use this log, so let's just chop it. Grab some wood. Take its parts and go. Alright, Temple of Time. Oh, there's a guy guarding it here. We'll just go around. We can try to sneak strike him too, but he's got his back to the wall, so maybe it's better if we just go directly. There has been a blood moon since the last time we were here, hence the return of the double arrow Kuda. We could use the eyeballs, so let's just fight them. Oops. Come on. There we go. Alright. And we shot the other one down where? I don't see the eyeball. No, that's not where it is. Where do we even shoot it down? I just see some shrooms. Oh, that must be it. There we go. Reminds me of a film Minority Report for some reason. With the eyeball chase. For a shield, we can't carry anymore, but we can trade out a night shield. In fact, we're probably going to detach a night shield and reattach it for the time being. And we'll just keep on trading up. We have so few shield slots that in some ways trading up is all we can do. Let's put it on, and yeah, we have 2 Royal Knight shields at this point, and the Frost Emitter one as well that we hadn't really been using actively. Obviously, the more shield slots we have, the more of those Zonite effects we can have available for us defensively. Some of them are a little difficult to aim, but we will work with that to the extent that we can. So let's get back to the goddess, and hopefully we can actually plug in an upgrade this time. Like I said, likely going for the stamina wheel. For this one, we're only 2 shrines off from the next one anyway, so. Although maybe health has been the more urgent consideration on this file simply because we are so weak in terms of gear. But generally I find that the more traversal power you have early, the better we do. A part of you has been freed. It seems like there will be more. I speak to you now from the depths below in the guise of this statue. Okay, so the statues have a hidden source of power down below. You hear my voice? I direct you to the 4 chasms across this plateau. Each one has one of my eyes nearby. Drop them into the chasms. Okay, so we don't go down there ourselves. We find what qualifies as the goddess's eyes. Oh, I see. And then once you drop them, you have to go down to the depths yourselves to do that. Now the question is, do we know how to get back out of the depths? That's the thing. Because I feel like I potentially need balloons and power to do that. If we are committed to doing this warp list. But anyway, let's fulfill the requirement to drop things into chasms, and perhaps that will be fine. So yeah, we have found 2 of the chasms here already. We found the north one and the one in the mountains. Let's look for east and south. East is going to be this way. We didn't see what qualified as the eyes, but I guess this would roughly correspond to the shrine locations in the original game. And yeah, you can kind of see the chasm from over here. And you got a Boko squad. I think it's just all black. We've fought enough of those that I think the All just been fully upgraded at this point. Oh. It's more important for me to play this game warpless than gliderless. Going gliderless has just been a bit of an accident of our route. Anyway, here's a rock that can be busted down. No guardians here this time, which is much more peaceful. We might as well just take a hammer to it. Even though it is perhaps not the most effective use of the 32 damage weapon. No, let's just do it with a bomb. The Twilight Princess way. Okay, definitely shock arrow for this one. Okay, 2 for 1 trade. Eh, not great, but we'll take it. And then this is one of the eyes. I think maybe these didn't spawn previously until this quest was given to me, because we would have seen it. I don't know if we want to start exploring the depths now. Again, we have a couple of things I want to do up here first, and we don't know how we're going to get back up, because it seems like you're probably discouraged from going down to the depths without the paraglider in the first place. Although, as I was saying, the fall damage prevention from having a ferry might actually be a way to work around that. So this is a Korok puzzle of some sort. Around here. Or just a territory marker for the Yuga clan, which... I mean, we know they're stationed here, so it's not a surprise. Although it is a bit of a change from the last one. We know that we haven't seen the south yet, but this was the east, so yeah, we will be going this way. And we're probably fighting some Yuga while we're at it, so let's switch to something a little swifter. That's definitely a clansman. Pretty obviously so, in fact. I mean, we can fight him anyway, it's not a big deal. Getting a drop an 8-volt sword, but we have the former woodcutter's hut somewhere in that area. And we'll look for it. Yeah, this is definitely the Yiga clan, so... find this in the middle of nowhere and do nothing with it. Yeah, they've marked their territory, but I don't know if there's anything in particular we want to do in this zone other than just fight them. Looks like they've set up a defensive fortification around the woodcutter's hut, which is actually pretty tight. Also, these donation bowls here. We're obviously going to try some apples, or even some bananas. We'll try apples first. If it's not apples, then it's definitely bananas. Maybe it's a Yiga clan. It probably is bananas. But we'll try it. Oops. Able to aim this thing sometimes. Come on. Okay, nothing. Let's try bananas. And they're Yuga clan markers. I feel like it's reasonably likely. And yeah, That's correct. Anyway, let's be careful. This actually reminds me of some of the fortifications in the Champion's Ballad DLC, and particularly in the section with the one-hit obliterator, where the whole thing's just this one-shot challenge. It seems really well defended, though, unless you find a way to jump in or perhaps bridge this with something like a log. That's actually exactly what we're going to do. We're just going to make a bridge. Where's my axe? And we'll make two, just so we have a wider plank to work with. And we'll just use this platform to prop this up. Cross all the way over. I said cross all the way over, okay. This doesn't actually quite reach, but then we can just chop down more trees and attach them. We can chop them down on this side now, though. I think that's much wiser. Takes us into the Yiga zone, but we don't really care so much. Yeah, just 2 more trees will do. As long as nothing despawns on me. Don't mind me, just building a bridge to your base. Now, the Yiga clan map marker that we saw in the Northeast Tech Lab is any indication. Possibly we will get another gear piece out of this. In the original game, I think this was the alternate location of your first frost-resistant gear, if you found it by this method instead of the other one. Perfect. Now we'll miss. How am I doing for hearts? Okay. Not full, but good enough. Yeah, we've got more logs over here. In case of emergency where we need to dig our way out. Who's there? Yeah, let's fight. Alright, sure. Wow. Do we get kicked back into the open? No, we don't. Alright, whoa. Hang on. Wrong weapon. This is not what I was expecting to use. Yeah, we'll need to simplify this and get one of them down. We really needed to stock up on food. I'm very low right now. Do we have something with an effect that we don't particularly care about right now? Yeah. Let's not spend too many hearts at once. But we don't want to spend the stamina food yet either. Okay, you know what? Let's just punch in something manually. And then, hang on. I just don't have the muscle memory for the weapon swap here. Okay, one down. Just need to simplify. Eightfold long blade, yeah, well. Smack him. Easy. Eightfold blade, eightfold long blade. We'll probably take one at some point. I think I actually prefer it to the topaz rod or to the ruby sword for that matter. I mean, lightning's always nice, but we've got a lot of lightning we're sitting on already, so we'll consider it. It'd be nice to have a slashing weapon again. Anyway, this should probably be a gear piece if we... Oh, we found a captive. And it's got the Yiga headpiece. Great. And why you? I mean, you're pretty fashionable. You know your hats. And this character doesn't seem to have reacted to my fashion item. Yes, we'll take this. Right, because once we put all three pieces together, we can actually pass for the Yiga clan. Confess your feelings to women who stole your heart. Probably at a stable somewhere. We'll look for her. I don't think we've encountered her yet, but it's hard to keep track. Anyway, here's another copy of the map. We've seen it before, so, you know. But if we really want, we can pose with it because maps are fun. Nice thing about Pro mode is that it's just totally not going to obstruct you at all for screenshots, but even the photo mode in this game, unlike the last one, does have a full screen mode, and once we eventually have access to taking pictures with a camera, which we know is already required for a quest, then we'll do just fine. So anyway, we've ticked off 2 boxes here. There's the original Yiga base, of course, and there's the one that's next to the Korok Forest, probably in the Dark Ruins. But if they are still dark. Yiga Bulletin, confidential updates from the hideout. The Gloom Dredger and Hoverdoom Mark III, so they've got wheels now. If one of these vehicles is damaged, and we know they have a depth space, so that's not new. The Earthquake technique can only be learned at a hideout's training area, which I think is the original base. Right, because I suppose that's the technique that allows you to make an earthquake from below, which in the past has hit me like crazy. Like in the fight in Northeast Akala. So if we got to learn that, and we get to use that, that would be lots of fun. Anything else to smash the pots, just good measure. Here in the original woodcutter's hut. Nothing here. Such a characteristic Zelda thing to do, though, is smash all the earthenware. Anyway, let's head on out. We got what we wanted. And we do need to cook, actually. We've been very short on food for the last little while. We're doing well on bananas, too. In fact, a couple of attack power dishes are not a bad idea, given that we'll be reloading in fights quite a bit. But, you know, for example, we go banana, and maybe even double banana, we get a bit of a longer buff. I don't like that since we're so loaded on these things. Well, we'll try one with the shroom first. And, yeah. Whoops. Hang on. Nope. That was not what I wanted. Let's try it. We'll just fill in a couple of additional recipes. Yeah, Mighty meat and mushroom skewer. I quite like that. But we just do single banana. We'll try a couple of different configurations just so we have the various effects. This should give me a longer buff. Big fights. Sometimes, of course, we will just want a standard heal, so we'll get a couple of those skewers back in order. Because we have a couple of the 7-heart skewers, but we're short on the basic stuff. And then... whoops. No, hang on. Oh, that's not what I meant, but that's okay, we'll take it. Six-heart skewer, yeah, that works too. Yeah. Decrease, that's what we want. Yeah, we'll have a couple of different configurations of meat here. Nice carnivorous diet. And then... yeah, we'll have a few more that are maybe on the 5-heart level. And a few more that are 6 hearts as well, perhaps. As we will. Occasionally need the complete top up. But we shall see. I think there was some kind of additional utility I wanted as well. We have a bit of rice now, finally, but we'll save it. Oh, yeah, but that was after we cashed in the 20 rice. But how are we doing for dishes? Better. Yeah, because we could use a few more that are on the 4-heart level. Just in case we ever need that. We'll have to fight some more of those bokoblin squads and steal their meat once again. Anyway. We'll stock up. We'll leave a little bit of room for quest rewards and the like, but yeah, because I think we're nearly full up. Absolutely adored the economy and resource distribution of this game. Yes, absolutely. There's actually a lot to say about it. I know you were saying a few things about it on the Discord that I hadn't quite found time to respond to yet, but I mean, a lot of it is just making sure things have utility, right? Like, that's really the major change, is just to make sure things have multiple different forms of utility, such that everything is always a trade-off and nothing is treated simply as a vendor dump. And also that it retains a lot of what made Breath of the Wild work in terms of incentivizing you to go around a map because of the way that certain things are geographically distributed. Which gives the locations a very strong sense of identity when it comes to what you need to use them for. So, okay, anyway, we found this base, we got it. We haven't been down to the depths yet, but one thing I'd been thinking about, to reiterate something I said earlier, was whether it might be possible to just go down there and take fall damage with a ferry. But the thing that we haven't really considered yet is how to get back out, because, like I said, we've not been down there yet. And I'm a little undersupplied right now when it comes to parts for things like balloons. And so we'll see. Might be much easier with a glider. But okay, well, it looks like we might be within dragon range here, but it's a little too far to pelt with an arrow, so I don't have the green dragon scales yet. I'm not using my talisman with these guys. Might not even bother with these guys, actually. Unless they really insist. And I think they insist. They insist. Okay. Okay, as usual, we always finish when we can, like this. I will never tire of that. Okay. Should have just done it with all three, but you know, you don't want to get knocked back into the deep below. Anyway, we need to find one of the remaining moths. This is obviously a log crossing. We can just reuse the bridge that we made earlier if it hasn't despawned. So let's get back there. And let's see. Okay, so what do we have here? And unfortunately, I do not speak Russian. Looking for G, I think. So, might have to ask me that in English. And let's see here. Oh, okay. The whole Bogo camp is here. You know what? Let's just sneak strike all of them and pick them off. I did it with a pirate base earlier, and we just need something very high damage, like the Talus Hammer. And hopefully not wake everybody. And we can loot the meat off the guy with the meat backpack, too. That'll be fun. This is a good time, actually, to switch to the Yiga stealth gear. Just to make an extra point of it. Even though we're only 2/3 Yiga right now. Just as a little bit of an extra safety. Yeah, this is totally gonna work. I'll just pick them all off. Let's take a whole squad if we can. Come on. Oh, that was a little too close. That's okay, we'll simplify this significantly, so. We're a little low on arrows now. However, he's holding wood. Let's wood chuck, perhaps. Okay. Ruby sword him. And then get them on flaming weapons just to make my life extra hard. Oh yeah, that totally didn't burn off his shield, so. Let's make sure we get up here, get some high ground, and perhaps... Oh no, he's gonna shield? That's fine. Actually, that's outside the leash range, so let's just fight. So is there a reason that we have a lot of attention from Russian speakers in the stream today? Because oddly enough, I actually do have a Russian interpreter available in the house, but who is currently asleep, so fortunately can't make too much use of that. Okay, let's get back to this. Talus Hammer, we know it can one-shot. Behavior Daniel, welcome. Okay, sure, we'll do that. That simplifies things. It wasn't very quiet, but we'll fight these guys. We can do it. Let's wear something a little more protective. Back to our fashionable self. How are we doing for hearts? Half a heart off. We might want to fill that in just to have a bit of that extra protection. Just grab an apple. And, oh, I see. It's a spam thing. So. Alright, you know what? We can go lightning against these guys and... Okay. Yeah, unfortunately it's just a spam botting thing, not really organic viewership, but, you know, welcome to any organic viewers who happen to be organic. Okay, let's pop this. We'll deal with it afterwards. I'm a little busy fighting right now, and I should actually give some more of you mod powers at some point. Yeah, we'll just continue to go lightning. We know it works against these guys. It does work very well, in fact. Smash them up. Okay. We're really low on arrows again. It's been the story of this file. Yeah, they're kind of paralyzed with excitement. We're getting a little low on this stuff. You know what? We kept a topaz rod for a reason. Much better. That's why we kept this thing. Okay. Oh, ran out of power on this. Just gonna reload. Okay, great. Anyway, let's smash him. Incredible knockback on this, of course. You know what? Let's go topaz again for a moment and just lock him down. Let's just keep locking him down. There we go. Absolutely smashing. We're right about that. And yeah, let me just take care of some of the spam for a moment. This looks like it's probably the passage to the other maw that we want. And okay, we'll play more. Do we want to keep that? Probably, but we got... Are we done with a topaz rod? That was pretty useful, though. We just need more inventory space. We have it on far too few available slots. But how much damage is Royal Claymore? Let's just check it. 14 as a basis. That's not bad. We've got so many two-handers. We're absolutely swimming in two-handers. I mean, I suppose we put a stone on it. Yeah, it's actually equivalent to an gnarled wooden stick. It's actually not that much better, except It does have the Flurry Rush ability, and you know, how often am I going to try to Flurry Rush with a two-hander, though? Let's keep Topaz for the time being. Turned out to be pretty handy in that fight, so... Since we're running so low on arrows, I actually do need to keep my magic rods for the moment. Oh. Oh, this looks like an ascend location. Probably pops out to a Korok if I... Oh, then yep, that's exactly what it is. Okay. Are those vital collectibles? Well, in the first game, and I presume in this game as well, they expand your inventory slots. You need to find a particular NPC to cash them in. But, you know, we've been so tight on your total number of weapons, shields, and bows that there's a significant incentive to expand that, and that's what they're used for. They are entirely optional. There are, if Breath of the Wild was any indication, an absolute mountain of them, like an unreasonable number of them in this game. But they're designed such that any player, even playing casually, can find a pretty decent percentage, enough to make their lives easier. In this file, we have not yet found the NPC that caches them in. It's probably somewhere fairly obvious, but we've missed a lot of the introductory area and are missing many obvious things, which was actually also the case with the first game. In the first game, I think it took me maybe 100 hours or so to find the guy, and he's in a very obvious spot that is kind of along the soft tutorial path. So... out of the things that we've been missing by not taking the obvious route, that's one of the ones that's probably a little more urgent to find. Oh, also we pop all the way back down. We actually do want to go across, right, because we got here in the first place to try to find the bridge that I built. And, okay, here we are. We weren't meant to collect all of them. Yeah, so Luca, you'll like this as somebody who knows Breath of the Wild, that the description here, I don't remember if it's the same as the description in the first game, but it says, and this is not a spoiler, Korok seed, this small seed was given to you by a Korok. It has a distinct smell. If you have collected, or know of somebody who has collected all of the Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild, you know exactly what that smell is. This feels like it's going to fall just barely short, isn't it? Am I going to regret this? No, I'm not. Okay. Mandatory non-compulsory task. Yeah, I mean... the magic of these recent Zelda games is that they're incredibly flexible in terms of what you can choose to skip. Choose to do. Obviously, you're significantly incentivized to expand inventory. We've really been feeling the crunch for a long time now by having to drop essential tools all the time. But okay, let's get back to Talon's Hammer so we can snipe him. Stand behind a tree where he can't see me until we can sneak strike him. Also, we totally didn't get any meat off of the other Bokoblin crew. He's totally gonna see me. Yep. Yep, okay, I guess we don't get to loot him. We expended some durability for nothing. But... oh, I see some indication that there's another guy here. Maybe. Or not. The goblins ate the meat to heal. Yeah, actually. That's a good point. I hadn't seen them use it before, right? Like, I usually just raid their meat supply right away. I hadn't thought about it when they went back to their leech range and they actually healed up. So that's why they carry a supply of meat. Same reason I do. But yeah, I can't get enough of the boss bokoblins. They have been one of my favorite things about this game. You'd hate to go through the entire game with the base inventory slot quantity. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I'm feeling pretty crunched with that right now. We're also going to run out of stamina unless I get up on this slope. Oh, there we go. Let's run it. There we go. And probably make it over. Unless we can find an ascend point. Actually, we can probably just go up. Looking at this. And drop back down. But yeah, Xeon, you know, it's not just the new enemies, but the way that they have mixed up patterns with the existing enemies, a lot of the enemy-to-enemy interactions that can happen here. Just a ton of stuff going on in this game. But anyway, let's get back up into this zone. We're currently just trying to hit the 4 points, which I think correspond to the 4 original shrines. Because the goddess statue told me to, and that's our defense. Yeah, it isn't hard to expand the inventory. Yeah. So yeah, Luke, I was just explaining Korok seeds to Supernova for the first time. Hence the discussion. And so I don't know if you came in early enough for that, but anyway, let's take a look here. Did I mark this one already? I think I must have. Yeah. It's pretty obvious anyway, so. And we wanted to look at the south side, didn't we? Because this is kind of southwest right now. Yeah, it was somewhere up here, in fact. It should be right behind me, in fact. Or somewhere close to it. Let's check this side. This looks conspicuous. Oh yeah, no, we've been here. We previously whacked this guy with the rocks. We've also previously been up to the maw that was just stationed in the snow. So that's not news, but we do need to toss something down there, so... Yeah, because we did this one already just now. There's the one in the east. There's that one over there. That's off the plateau, though. That's a little further. Let's tell him over here. We saw the north one. We were missing one of the 4. Because we had found a snow zone one. And we'll go back for that. Yeah, it's really interesting, too, in this game, how some of the drops, like the Talus Hammer that I have right now, are things that you kind of have to make a decision on the spot as to whether to take or leave them. You can't just stash them for later and sell them off. Treasure chest off of this guy, is that right? I feel like we sniped him once before, but let's head up anyway. And yeah, we've been here, we just need to find where that was again. It's quite visible from the vantage point up there, but... Right, because we had to fight the moblin to do it. That was at least one blood moon ago, so... We do need to redo a little bit of this stuff. Very low on arrows. Really can't deal with this guy right now. Also a little slow in the snow. It took me a long time to find a snow boots in the first game, and sand boots. And even realized they existed. Okay, we're low enough on stuff right now. I kind of want to smack these guys with snowballs or something, but we'll need to find an opportunity to pick that up. Might just run it for the moment. Or just ice them. Actually, no, we've got magic rods. What am I doing? I feel like fire's not going to be very effective here in the cold, so let's... Oh, wow. That hits hard. Let's... stop for a snack. Oh. Oh, that needs to recharge, doesn't it? Okay, here we are. Just double back for a moment. Down. It's pretty effective against him, actually. Yeah, so we're only fighting this way right now because we're so low on arrows. Our ammunition supply has really dwindled. Let's smoke him. Oops. Okay. Well, that was not great. I just got poked right in the face. Yeah, the elemental combat is in some ways significantly expanded in this game because of the way you can play into it with weapon attachments as well as a greatly expanded range of ammunition. So, whoops, we wasted an arrow. So yeah, we can't really afford to get poked because I'm so low in armor right now, but let's just eat up this remaining corner of my health. Grab some eyeballs while we're at it. Grab some eyeballs. And then we'll go topaz against these guys again in just a moment. Ambers, it's quite nice. Well, yeah, so there is a bit of one-hit protection, as you can see, but that's no excuse for being sloppy. Okay. Oh, no, this guy again. We're getting out of that too slowly. Let's get this 3/4 in here. Okay, here we go. Badly damaged, that's too bad. We have a second one, that's fine. Maybe not as good as what I have here. But, whoops. Okay, so now, let's switch off to something else. Yeah, everything here is too slow. We have too many two-handers. Let's heal up. Link looks like Buster's sister from Arthur, like from the children's program Arthur. I don't remember what Buster's sister looks like. I don't know what Buster looks like. It's been an absurdly long time since I've even thought about that show, so... I never grew up with it. I had a sibling who did, but... do we want some to cold resist in case we want to change out gear? We're not changing out gear, so... Oh, you know what? We have some of these attack power bananas. That's probably pretty good, actually. Let's just do that, and then we can burn this guy down a little faster with the buff. Whoop. Then... okay, let's shock him. He's got his weapon down. Let's just keep on poking. Maybe even just burn him, yeah. Make him dance. Whoop. There we go. Much better. One moment, Supernova. Let me permit you for a moment. Our bot's pretty aggressive. I'm not going to look at it right now, but you can feel free to link it. I usually don't bother to click through anything on my browser while I'm streaming. Okay. Fusion a weapon to a shield. Yeah, I tried it at some point. I haven't really taken that much into a fight. We've mostly been using... oh, also these are a little bit more solid, aren't they? We can try it, but I've... we've got very few shield slots to work with right now, as you can see, and we're a little bit full up. You know what? Let's just smash these things. Let's take an axe to them or something. It's wood. We should be able to break it with an axe shortly. There we go. Arrows, very necessary. Exactly what I needed, in fact. Gotta get those stocked up again. I've been extremely arrow dependent in the combat in this game, and so when we run low, things start going south pretty quickly. Anyway. Remember was that spinning move on a shield surf? Yeah, my favorite one so far has been shield surf plus bounce. And I was kind of disappointed that you couldn't do something similar with shield surf plus cannon. Although I understand it works with bombs, actually. That you can do the shield bounce that way. And it doesn't work with the float either. Like, you know, those floating bobbers that totally look like they should be bouncy. There's no shield effect on that, it just trips you. Okay. So we've been here before, but what we didn't do was kick the thing down. I believe this is actually the western point, though, which means we missed the southern one entirely, which was what I was looking for. Can you build a base in this game? No, because the items aren't very persistent. There is a limited range to how far you can stray. However, there is, totally apart from the construction mechanics, in the first game there was a quest that allows you to steadily build up an entire town of NPCs. I have seen signs, well, I mean, I've seen rather explicit signs that there is a similar quest here. And in fact, we have already done one quest that does something similar, that, you know, builds a town. But you can't build a base like in Subnautica, because when you move out of range of the items that you drop, or in some cases, if you die, for instance, or if you have a zone change in and out of a shrine, your constructions do not stay. That would have a pretty substantial memory requirement attached to it. Okay, so that's why we melted the ice here previously. Last time we came here and melted the ice, there was nothing. But now, as you can see, it does reveal the device that you're supposed to drop down below. So let's switch to the fire weapon and just stand here for a moment. So, yeah, because in games like Subnautica that have the persistent base building, that's a significant memory load. And in fact, in Subnautica, at a certain scale, it starts to cause problems. For a future generation of hardware, though, I feel like, Tears of the Kingdom has developed a lot of these systems over top of Breath of the Wild, where Breath of the Wild laid out the physics, Tears of the Kingdom is giving you some of the construction. If on future hardware, a successor Zelda game is capable of persistent base building, that seems like it would actually be a pretty natural evolution of the concepts that are already in place. And that's definitely one direction that I could potentially see it going in, although it's something that would be very, very CPU heavy and memory heavy. So, anyway, we are in the west location. We had hit the eastern one, and we totally missed the southern one, so we'll cross back that way and see if we can find it. And we'll do northwest because we know that's where we wanted to head for the fairy fountain anyway, so let's just keep on going. Yeah, eventually when we are down in the depths, then those devices will be available for us to collect. Do we want to fight these guys? Not really. But they do get a little pesky. Sweats of the wastelands. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. While you're filling all of the various bodily functions with this series within a series. But yeah, somebody on the last stream was telling me that the limit to the number of parts you can attach has been tested. It is 20. Which seemed low to me because we already had a couple of vehicles that get up to about a dozen parts, I think. Even very simple builds. Falling Star over there, we're not going to get to it in time. We're busy hunting for the Southern Maw. Which should be to my east somewhere. It's in the original shrine location. We should have found it. But I don't know why we missed it. Unless it's in a cave or something, which is eventually the case, but to be honest, I don't quite remember the original shrine location. It's oh yeah. It's down there. I know, because it's technically the kind of log bridge tutorial in the first game. If you want to do it with the log bridge method. But it is below the snow zone. You know what? Let's actually fight these guys. Fight ice with appropriately nothing. Okay. Hang on, let's get out of here. We're getting mobbed. Now let's, yeah, our two-handers are too slow. We need to do something about this. Fire rod, maybe. Yeah. There we go. Much better. No, no. Come on, pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. When will you pick up? There we go. Okay. Let's do it one at a time. Let's do it one at a time. Oh, he's going to try to knock me over. Oh. Okay. That was maybe a bit risky at low health. We should have just actually fought it the standard way, but, you know, serves me right for trying to run out of that. We should actually upgrade our gear at some point, which is why I want to find a ferry, but This is one big Sheikah eye. I think it probably shines a light or something and some kind of purifying effect. Yeah, it's the snow speed loss. That's true. I wasn't accounting for it. And again, I am not really that accustomed to fighting with two-handers. I find that my speed and range estimate tends to be off with that very often. The big part of the problem is that we're just low on ammo. Anyway, we wanted to go over to the old shrine location, which is below here somewhere. Yeah, it's the log bridge shrine, basically. I don't remember which shrine was which when it comes to the Breath of the Wild powers, but I mean, I've only ever played the Great Plateau twice, right? Like, I played it in 2017, and I played it again in Master Mode, but in some ways, despite being a very distinct and iconic memory, it is a distant memory, so... Okay, let's just fight these guys properly. Taking too much of a gamble here sometimes. That was a bad idea. And yeah, again, depth perception causing problems here. The Great Plateau in the original game, James D, is what I'm saying. And hello to you too. Hi BTW. Hi Breath of the Wild, so to speak. Anyway. Okay, so back to the southern slope. That's right. That's where we died. And we'll find our way back. So we just embarrassingly died here to a very simple situation where I just got stun locked by ice because I was too busy trying not to fight. Passivism here is not the way. But anyway, we should make our way back down. Also because I was trying to do a stylish kill with the a skull kick off the ledge, which I've done a couple times, but you know, you usually don't want to do it while other enemies are still active and chasing you, which is the problem we got into. I usually just use it as a finisher for the group, but it's of course more fun when you just skull kick all of them. Anyway. I don't know what's so uniquely satisfying about that. But kind of reminds me of the game Dead Cells in some ways, whereas like there's this whole weapon set in there that's... I haven't played much of Dead Cells, but there's a whole weapon set in there that's basically based around a ledge kick. So you can go, this is Sparta or whatever, and boot everybody in the face. Anyway, let's lift this. This looks like this is the item. We'll fish it out. We'll drop it in. The donation has been received. The quest marker tells me so. Is this anything? No. Maybe there's something behind it. Yeah, we haven't actually gone in any of these yet. I've been speculating that maybe it's survivable with a ferry, with multiple ferries, but, you know, you'd possibly take a couple of bumps on the way down. And not having actually tried to descend one yet, I don't know how it's going to go. But you really can't. Okay. Yeah, yeah. It seemed like the paraglider was probably a hard requirement, but, you know, just because of the way that ferries can break a fall, I definitely thought of that. Yeah, if you had ferries, you could. That's what I'm saying. Is that it looks like the ferry might break your fall unless the game, you know, deliberately locks you out the way that it locks you out of leaving the Great Sky Plateau in this game, or the Great Sky Island, rather, or the Great Plateau in the first game. But it seems like with a ferry it probably is survivable. It's just that currently I don't have a way to get back out. Yes, but it's intended for glider. Yeah, we've felt that way about a lot of things in this game. That they are surprisingly doable, apart from the 2 shrines I found that were definitely not doable. Because they required you to ride a wind gust way up. And even so, one thing I haven't actually tried yet is something like putting the wing on a shield. Because what if you shield surf on a wing and face downward with a wing? Are you able to achieve some lift? Or... I mean... It doesn't really give you lift, like the point is to glide, right? So... Yeah, Xeon, you're saying you tried that? No, because it's something I was thinking about at one point, and I just never got around to trying it. Like shield plus wing, to see what a shield surf does. I wouldn't think it would give you lift, but if you shield surf off of a cliff or something, and I wonder if the glide can actually carry you forward. But I suppose you know the answer to that. I don't. Anyway, we'll head up to the north after we poke this guy. And too close, as usual. But hey, we got the choo-choo headshot. Which is the whole satisfying point of that exercise. Okay. Whoop, okay. That was risky. So the thing about the game really telling you that you should have the glider is that part of it is that you have to get really close to the ledge for it to give you the climb down prompt, which I never really had to fight with back in Breath of the Wild, simply because in Breath of the Wild, when are you ever using the climb down prompt, right? Like you're just gliding off and you glide back to the cliff if you really want to scale something. But here I've actually learned how to be somewhat cautious and, you know, cross my fingers that we don't have Joy-Con drift act up all of a sudden. Alright, let's see. We want to go back north. Yeah, we know this is north because the castle is that way. And let's give this guy a bit of a wider berth. Actually, if we don't want to spend ammo, we could go Fire Rod against him, but then... I don't know if that gives you an elemental conversion. And yeah, James D, I'm pretty sure I know which location I'm missing at this point. Because we've seen many clues about that. Let's get more lightning. Okay. You needed to survive the map scans. Yeah, but it would kind of come almost with the map scans, right? Because we don't have the map scans yet, because that also requires Lookout Landing, which we've heard about, and which we know is near the castle. And we just haven't been there yet. And so I assumed that one would come with the other, because we've seen enough of the game to convince me of that at this point. But we marked this one already? I think we had. Okay. Right, because that's the one that's right by the fairy fountain that we see over there. So, Luca, I have seen some NPC dialogue that acknowledges that you lack the glider. Like NPC dialogue that is way out of the way. Right, but that's kind of a quality control thing. Because we have talked to an NPC that allows me to reskin the glider. That's not too much of a spoiler. And of course he does tell me that he notices I don't have the glider. Because we have collected a couple of the glider patterns, which is how I was convinced that the glider was in this game in the first place before we started hitting some of the more obvious ways in which that is signified. This guy's totally a clansman, right? He's a clansman, but is there a particular reason to fight him? We are actually way up in this. Only if we want the eightfold blade. Do we want it? Oh yeah, I guess we actually did pick up an extra weapon at some point. The spear is not too bad. I've hardly been using a shield since we just haven't had very many one-handers. But I guess if we want to attach an eightfold blade onto that or something, but I don't particularly feel like fighting him at the moment. Unless we really want more bananas. Just want to get this bit done. Anyway, we want to face north, like I said. That's towards the castle and Death Mountain and roughly the Great Ferry. There's something down here. But yeah, we're actually pretty high up even within the confines of the plateau. Oh yes, it's that one over there. No. We will, of course, jump and glide down, or not. Yeah, you don't want to spoil but there are things requiring glider. No, I know that at this point. I have, of course, been thinking about how to get around some of them with... because, for example, you know, the waterfall climb, we did find a partially workable solution for that. But obviously the depths are a major obstacle. Anything that would require you to go up a gust of wind to travel from one place to the next, that would be an obstacle, especially if you can't build balloons. That, in fact, for the shrines that required a glider, that was the major issue, was that they do require you to ride the wind gust. Or that, you know, in a shrine, you might be limited in terms of what you can pull out of your pocket. You can't just build anything you like. And so, there were some limitations on that. We actually found an SD lock, in fact, where I had to take a death and reset the shrine because I got into a situation where you can't actually progress without the glider if you fall in the wrong place. No, we have not been to any temples that I know of. So don't let me know about that. And we'll see. Yeah, just don't let me know. Because, like I said, we knew practically nothing about this game. But it's one of these things where, you know, I know I'm going to pick up a glider eventually. It was just a matter of time before we actually wrapped to the appropriate location on the map. We just haven't really had a reason to do it yet, right? Like, we've been busy kind of covering all this territory and seeing what is possible. And at this point, we've done so much that a lot of players just won't see in terms of playstyle that we might as well just roll with it for the time being and see what we can do. Yeah, and covering a lot of territory, that's the nice thing about playing this game without fast travel. If you're playing this game with fast travel, the map does not look like this, right? When I first played Breath of the Wild, it doesn't look like this at all. You end up dashing around to A lot more waypoints. Although part of it is that we never picked up the mapping tool. If I had picked up the mapping tool, I probably would have made more of a priority out of trying to hit every tower first, just to get the mapping covered. But because we know that we can't actually ascend the towers yet, or activate the map, there's no point to doing that, so we are just running around region by region. Yeah, like, a couple of people who have finished the game have dropped by my stream and told me that they don't know where I get this hat from. And this hat is in a really obvious place. Like, it's not very hidden. Obviously not something that you would see on the main quest, but it's not particularly difficult to come across. And oddly enough, for something that's mostly a cosmetic item, it actually is my best piece of armor right now. And we'll find out, hopefully, soon, how upgradable it might be if we manage to unlock the ferry. But we're going to try to finish up the last little object kick here for the Temple of Time first. And then we'll see about that. Also, this is totally a Korok spot. This is a choo-choo spot. Hang on, just a moment. Let's... You know what? Oh, let's use a topaz rod. And we don't need to spend ammo. And we can also just spray these guys down. That's a lot more effective. Otherwise we would have spent potentially 3 arrows on that. Anyway, we wanted to check the stump, didn't we? Yeah. Koroks? No. Worth checking. We're checking this tree too, for sure. Definitely hear one. Did we find this one already? We might have. Unless it is the archery test spinning wheel, which it is, which means we do have the arrows and a bit of a budget here, so... whoops. We're running a bit low. There we go. Okay. There we go. So, James D, you can activate the choo-choos for different elements in the first game as well, but it's not useful to do so. Because the only thing that Chew Jelly really did for you in the first game on the field was you could drop it and then you could tap it with something like an arrow to activate it. This game, of course, cuts out the middleman. I've been saying that it reminds me of how... The first time that we kind of saw the modular arrow mechanic, I believe, was actually in Twilight Princess. Because Twilight Princess was the first game that said, you know, bomb plus arrow equals bomb arrow. Right? And yeah, we've been using so much archery in this game, which makes me extremely thankful for motion controls. Because without motion controls, we would not be using the arrows as much. I can guarantee you that. But anyway, let's go down, take too much damage, and get back to business. But yeah, so basically, because each of the big choo-choos usually gives you about 3 pieces of chew jelly, even when I wasn't using the elemental rod and I was just firing arrows at them, that was essentially a way of trading up in terms of elements. So in this game, we have never been short of elemental arrows, simply because every time I encounter a blue choo-choo, I can trade up and use it as a multiplier. So I'm pretty happy with that. This guy's totally Eco Clan as well. Grilled bananas, yeah. Usually I'd bother, but we don't really need his sword right now, so I'd rather just skip. We're getting to the point where I am skipping some fights depending on resource needs, simply because we're just constantly full up now. This is a tree. We're going to use an axe. Axe one-shots the tree, which I think is Very intuitive, but still really neat. Previously I was just burning all of those, but now that we know that the axe just one-shots the tree, we'll do it. So. I love those little effects like that. Do we want to fight these guys? Yeah, we can. Let me go Topaz, actually. Oops. Standing too close. We really need to check our range sometimes. We'll die less once we have proper armor, but we've been a bit of a glass cannon the whole game, so... Where am I? Oh yeah, we're still looking for that thing, aren't we? But it would have auto-saved out of the Korok, yeah. So that's fine, I think. Right, because it's these guys that we just ran headfirst into. Oh, and we probably have to... Yeah, I guess that was after the... Or maybe before the tree. Anyway. Whatever. We know where to get more trees. That's the thing. I've had, of course, far more game overs in this game than I ever did in the first one. Even in Master Mode. And one thing I hadn't accounted for was that I very often have to find my place again when I do take a death, in terms of understanding what my state was, having an autosave where I reset. That was never an issue in the first game, simply because we, you know, even in Master Mode, after a certain point, you just don't die very much. But here, of course, we just haven't been working on gear, and we haven't found the fairies, and it's just the way it goes. You save often? Yeah, no, I've been going no save scum if I can. That's really just part and parcel of no fast travel as well. If we have a disaster situation, we just roll with it. Okay, this guy also needs to reach his friend. And we'll see where his friend is, and then we'll take care of this thing as well. How far? Pretty far. Unfortunately, I don't have my horse here. Although now that we opened up this passage, we can actually get a horse onto the plateau. Which, in a previous game, you could only do by standard means. In the DLC, I think. Anyway, let's drop this first. Make contributions in the mailbox. Whoops. I had to be pretty cautious coming here because I saw gloom and half expected the hands to go after me, which is the kind of thing that happens. Anyway, all 4 pieces are down. Let's get this guy over to his friend. I think this is purely escort. Usually these are vehicle tutorials, but sometimes it's just gets you from point A to B, so let's just see what that is. Okay, it's closer to Shrine of Resurrection, actually. But we'll just take him. Oh, there's a steering stick. We totally can build a platform here. And drive him. Are there wheels? No wheels? The steering sticks. There've got to be wheels here, then. There've got to be some wheels. Let's look around. Maybe under the platforms. Let's do this. No. going to give me all these steering sticks, no wheels. Okay. Maybe if we bust open some of these. Whoops. Okay. We'll look around for some wheels in case that eases the journey. Nope, more parts over here. Well, it's going to give me the steering sticks and everything, so maybe you're expected to just pull out your own. You haven't seen many streamers utilize their horse to carry stuff for them? Yeah, we actually did have... so, I found it very satisfying at first because at one of the stables where I had a Korok reach his friend previously, there was a horse-drawn cart that was just provided for you. Kind of like a soft tutorial for the harness, right? And so I thought, great, we'll just, you know, pop the cart in the back of the horse, put this guy in the cart because he attaches, and we'll drive him to his friend. It was a wonderful adventure. It looked really neat. We got a bit lazy the next time we saw one of these, and I just attached him directly to the harness, and you can just drag him across the ground with the back of the horse. And he just says oof the whole time as he bounces on the road, and he just goes oof, 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 and then you just, you know, drag him from point A to B. Yeah, that was about 2 nights ago, I want to say, but I should clip that or something. But it was actually a surprisingly long journey just to drag him across the entire countryside. Anyway, we don't have wheels, so the steering stick probably will not be that useful. Unless we find some. I'm not going to spend my own wheels on this. We're too low on parts. Because I spent all of my Zonai charges on failed balloon trips. So. But yeah, I'm pretty accustomed to using the horse simply because after I hit a 120 shrines in Breath of the Wild, I started playing with no fast travel. And I wish I had played that way to begin with, which is why we're playing this game that way. Anyway, let's grab some eyeballs. This is our only tree cutting implement, so until we find more stones, we'll keep it for the time being. Let's see here. Yeah, this is purely escort then. Let's get a better camera view of this though. I should have marked that, but it's east of the Temple of Time, close to the Shrine of Resurrection. Oh, these guys. Okay, hang on. Let's heal up. Sure, why not? And then... let's see, let's just try to outrange them. Oops. Okay, he's going to toss... This guy luckily doesn't have a particularly good weapon. Okay, now we'll do. 2 out of 3 down. Let's find a cliff. Do I have any cliffs around here? I do not. This is not going to be good enough. Nope, not good enough. Fine. You know, we'll just let him roll. We'll let him roll. It looks pretty funny anyway. James D, you don't see Claire? Claire was on earlier. Oh, Claire got deactivated again. I should untag the AI from my stream. Claire was here on the last stream. But I think they're doing some back-end upgrades or something. She's down again. Yeah, no, Claire was up in my bonus stream earlier today. For sure. But anyway, thanks for letting me know. I should have checked that before I left the stream title as is. Oh, yeah, let's pick you up again. Uh, okay, let's actually do the pickup. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, we'll just take you up the hill. And we'll do it the long way. If we did have the horse with a harness here, we would be here. Let's trade up a bit. Actually, how are we doing? You know what? Let's just go lightning again. Oops. Overusing that a little bit. That's okay. When I was closer to the disassembly point that we found for the rod... oh, he's going to roll down the whole hill. Oops. That's okay. He didn't go that far. I would actually like these guys to fight me. Let's... Okay, eyeballs. Many of them. Excellent. That's exactly what I want to see. Don't tell me he's stuck. There we go. So we'll just walk him up slowly. Yeah, we had a situation with rolling this guy far, far down a hill a little while ago. But anyway, this guy's along the original shrine path. I think he's partly here to be a pointer to the Shrine of Resurrection, which would be in 2. Yeah, the eyeballs are great. I've been overspending them on sniping the blue bokoblin sentries because they're so easy to one-shot. Oh, these guys again. Let's... probably gonna blow it the access point. We've got double durability on this. You know what? Let's merge into this. So we temporarily have high damage for something like a sneak strike. Oh, we should have not sneaking to those fireflies, but it's okay. Anyway, Korak's done. Let's do what I said we would do hours ago. And head over to the fairy fountain. This is my next target. And we'll just calmly exit the Great Plateau off the ramp that we haven't covered. So... now I'm curious about how that front entrance looked in the first game, because I never paid attention to it as a front entrance. Simply because it didn't function that way. Do I remember a lot of the geography from Breath of the Wild? Yeah, I do. Roughly. Like, I have recognized most locations. I'm not very precise about it. Because... apart from playing it in Master Mode last year, most of my memory of Breath of the Wild is from 6 years ago, but... there are definitely a lot of specific points where I know where things are in the landscape, so... where I recognize certain locations that are worth checking to see what has changed, and so on. I mean, I don't know, James D., if you have explored the Great Plateau yet in your file. But I went to the original Stone Talus location, and I was not disappointed in what I found. It was actually very interesting. And there have been a lot of moments like that where you go to a place that was memorable in Breath of the Wild and you see what they've done with it. Had that with Eventide Island a couple of streams ago. You've been there and you haven't explored it yet. We only got here on the last stream. Reached the Great Plateau for the first time. Anyway, let's find a way to get down so we can get towards the ferry, hopefully. Oh, yeah, we just wanted to go at the front gate. That's right. Let's just do it. Let's take his eyeballs while we're at it. Yeah, the Great Plateaus in general has been really interesting here. Because, you know, from a design perspective, if you're laying out the map for Tears of the Kingdom, this is the one place that you know every returning player has seen, other than Hyrule Castle perhaps, and only if people got that far. I mean, there are people who took years to finish Breath of the Wild if they finished it at all. Okay, stone axe is down, I don't care. We'll get more. Although perhaps it would have been useful to chop this thing. That's okay. We'll get more wood. And we have more stones for axes, that'd be great, but if we don't, then we'll just probably trade up for more lightning, and if this breaks, I don't really care. Because we are always looking for more weapon slots anyway, so... And we are too far away from the disassembly point to recover that topaz. We did find where to disassemble weapons so you can take the fusion part back. But we are pretty far from that location right now, and with no fast travel, I'm not going to be back there anytime soon. The only reason you were there was because Korok needed help finding his friend. Yeah. Yeah, James D, I know exactly the one that you mean, because that was the first thing we did on this stream. And actually, it wasn't that complicated for me to pull him up with the platforms. I thought it looked potentially complicated at the end of the last stream, but I actually stopped exactly in that location to continue here, and we came up with something pretty simple and elegant, so... No, I just created a whole bunch of planks in a row, and I put them at a 45-degree angle, and I put them on a base. And the base was long enough that we could just pull it up. Yeah, no, I also made a very long thing. But oh, Silent Princess. I dedicate this monument to the memory of the souls lost to the calamity. And of course we just plucked the flower from it. So, okay. That's what we did. Yeah, because I guess we didn't actually explore this part of the front gate earlier. Nice place to put the monument, right by the plateau entrance. And I seem to recall some cutscenes in the original game that had Zelda kind of going up the main path towards the Temple of Time, if I've not confused that with something else. So I guess we kind of knew that this was originally supposed to be the front gate, but we just never thought of it that way. But yeah, basically I just took a bunch of these planks, attached them, and built it on a diagonal where you can see this ascension point here. And we put it on a base at a 45-degree angle. And I just went up and I pulled it up with a Korok attached. And that was all there was to it. It was actually very simple. But like I said, that was at the beginning of this session. So, to Lookout Landing you go. We can grab our horse, perhaps, but we want to hit a stable. But That's just a camp over there. No, let's go for the ferry. Like I said, I was curious about what happened to the Colosseum as well. Definitely one of the more memorable locations in the first game. Great Ferry's all the way over here. Okay, that's fine. He made a very long thing that was straight, and so he was high enough up. Yeah, but the thing is, you can just attach him, right? There's no need to pull the Korok up manually when you can just put him on the board and pull up the board. Yeah, stables aren't nearby, so we'll just steal a horse probably, or tame a horse, let's say. Unless, yeah, we can tame a horse. Let's just be sneaky. Maybe even put on the Yiga clan gear. For the moment. We're unlikely to keep these horses. We've got much better stuff, but let's be 2/3 sneaky and 1/3 not sneaky in the tall grass. I don't particularly care which color. We're not keeping a horse. We don't need pony points that badly. And I think I only have one slot in the stable left anyway, and we're keeping that open for the golden horse when we find it. Yeah, it's like a 2-spur horse. It's not worth that much. But we can still get a ride out of it for the time being. And just make things a little easier. This is one of those things that convinces me that no fast travel is the way the game is meant to be played. Oh, come on. We're down to 3 arrows here, and we couldn't hit it once. Let's reclaim the arrows. Anyway, it leads me to a cave, which is the purpose of money, and we'll switch back to or the gear. Totally overusing this mighty construct bow, even with the durability intact. Let's go back to being fashionable. Interesting that this one gives you the wheels here too. Anyway, we're going to put a post in the middle here. Just drop one through, and we'll support it from below. This one looks like it should be fairly simple. You never know how these are going to fall, so you do kind of need to support them from all sides unless you demo it. We actually do need 2 of these. That's fine. We should have actually done a double attachment first. It'll be easier. Or put it on a base, but actually it makes a lot more sense to put it on a base. Assuming it gives you enough to work with. Oh, except, yeah, we need to put this down first, I think. And then it's going to be on a slope anyway, so. That's okay. We'll support it from there. Doing a double post might have been better here, just so we guarantee that it sticks out on top, but we just need to reinforce this way. Let's leave it first and then attach below. Because then we can attach this a little bit better. And then pull it up like this. Okay. Now we should actually make a triangle with it. But we can also just stand it up. And then there's something actually very satisfying about doing these. And we'll have to stand it up from behind as well, which... I mean, it's likely going to try to fall down a slope if we look at it, so... We just need to make sure this thing is sturdy, and we'll be fine. So, you know, just a 45-degree angle here is probably okay. That's probably fine as is, but, you know, just in case, we'll stabilize it a bit. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, there we go. As the president is standing, civil engineering, that's how. Such a unique style of challenge that there's just enough uniqueness to each of these in terms of which materials you're given and what the style of attachment is, that even though, you know, the same principle applies all the time, it's still very gratifying to find each one. I'm not quite looking forward to trying to sweep the map to make sure we've got 100% of these, though. I feel like locating the remaining ones might be the problem. Oh, this guy's Yiga clan. Right? Oh, no, he's not. He's got a pack horse, but... Yeah, Anyway. Arrow Castle to the north, just short of that place called Lookout Landing. Alright, so he's friendly. Maybe. Lookout Landing to the north. Yeah, I've definitely found some really contrived solutions. But I've been trying to go simple and elegant when I can, and it's very satisfying to do it that way. Anyway, cave. Let's see it. Bomb over here. Let's just bomb it. We have almost no arrows. Actually, we can use bomb with the rod, although the last time I did it, I kept missing, so maybe it's not great. Because the thing about the fire rod that I have is that the fire just bounces everywhere and misses the bomb. Because when it hits terrain, it just doesn't go straight. So we should probably just go arrow and be done with it. I don't want to use my Talus hammer on this stuff, so... Although, do we have some rocks here? We just have a rock. It's actually just used a Bokoblin arm. Yeah. We could even just find a twig, actually. If we have any kind of stick that we can pick up around here, that would be great. No, we'll just dump the Bokoblin arm. That's easy to replace. Fine, we'll do it this way. I don't think you can throw the bomb. I've been using arrows with it. I was looking for a way to throw the bomb. Unless I'm missing something really obvious about it. Anyway, we'll use the claymore for the next rock thing. No, I saw a tutorial message that was about throwing items from the quick select, and I couldn't actually figure out how to do it. So maybe it's possible in a way that I just didn't figure out. Yeah, I guess we lost the Bokoblin there, but it's easy to replace. That's a lot of rocks. Here we are. Oh, Horriblin. Unfortunately, we're very low on arrows, and arrows are much more useful for fighting these guys, although we'll just perhaps bait them down and yeah, smack them. What do we want to use here? Let's, or we can just set him on fire. There we go. That works too. And, yeah, we'll just go rock sludge for the time being. He's not that strong, is he? It's high durability, I guess. It's not too bad to do things this way. Whoa. Hang on. Fire rod again if we can. Let's just go Talus. Okay, he's got a rock sledge as well. Oh, oops. A bit low on that. Toast him. And look at that, we got double durability on a bunch of this stuff, and attack power in this guy. I'll take it. With the loot that we got off of him. I'll actually probably just merge into this claw directly, or maybe even take the horn. Let's consider that. Okay, look at that, plus 22. That's the way to do it, even though we burned so much durability on that thing. Now we've got a weapon. So. Luminous stone over here. Let's use our mining weapon here. Grab some of it. We do not have a shortage of luminous stone since we found an excellent mine. Picking that up. This looks awfully suspicious, these bluish rocks here. Why are they blue? Just another passage? Yes. We have one arrow, so no, we shouldn't do that. Let's toast it. If we can. Okay, there we go. Claymore will probably use that on stone as well for simple mining purposes. And more rusty claymores when we want it. This sounds like a shrine to me. You know what? Let's just spin it. That's okay. We've got another one. That's why it's giving me so many weapons. And even more. Yeah, this is definitely a shrine, so. One thing I haven't even thought about since we haven't picked up the map tool is that I've gone through this whole game without a shrine detector like what we had in the first game, which would go off all the time and beep everywhere when things are buried well out of the way. We've just been able to play without it, so. Oh, also, this is now in the way. Or is it? Let's, use this. Make a proper passage. Yeah, too bad we're so low in arrows. But bomb plus fire rod would have done it as well. Let's just charge up to full stamina again so we can really whip this thing. There we go. Had to consume everything to get here, but we got it. And I'm sure this will just give me Rory's Blessing immediately, but we'll check it. We've actually got inventory space to potentially pick up weapons, if there is something like that in the treasure chest. Although I would much prefer something like Zonite charges, batteries, etc. Something a little more precious. We'll see. Oh, this is an actual shrine, which is great. Alignment of the circles. Well, let's align some circles. This oddly reminds me of the constellation in the first game, even though it's not that. Alright, so we need the balls to be in a certain pattern. Probably matching the pattern above. So it's going to be this one here. And it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, this one here. Oh, and there's another set behind that too. That's fine. Not hard. Title kind of gives it away. And actually, well, the layout inherently gives it away. It's just that usually people wouldn't necessarily have a reason to look up at the ceiling. Because patterns like that just seem like they're part of the decoration in some other shrines we've seen so far. But here, oh, pretty obvious. And we'll see what the bonus objective is for the treasure chest, as there typically should be one. I think we had missed one or two of them before, but... yeah, this is definitely the right one. Should be one more. Which is the one I'm missing, just in the back corner. Whoa. All the way back, right? Just one? Yeah. I guess this concept might not be complex enough to give me an optional treasure chest unless there's one in a spot that I've missed. I mean, sometimes it's behind the exit room, so, you know, we'll check just to be sure. But this is kind of a simple one concept shrine, so probably not much more to it than that. But yeah, in Breath of the Wild there were definitely shrines that were kind of tucking away bonus objectives off to the side of the next room. I mean, you know, spaces like this are a little suspicious. In fact, I think we're going to pick up a ball and land it right here. And it, oh look, there's a ball. And here's the optional objective. Pretty obvious what to do. Although it looks like we have to be a little bit approximate about it. Oh, there are a bunch of little circles, that's right. We'll just try to center it in one of these. Can't quite tell from the shadow. Because there is the platform up above that gives you the shadow here. kind of doing this by trial and error, but it's hard for me to tell, really. Unless we use Ascend to see where we're pointing. Which should be accurate. Maybe we should actually use this to place. Oh, you know, look at this panel. This is suspicious. Oh, actually, you just lift a panel and then that allows you to place the orb in an actual orb slot. That makes sense, yeah. If we'd used that to pick up the orb in the first place, we would have seen that very easily. But, there we go. Okay, really simple. Hearty Elixir, that we're going to save that for late game. We're not using that until we get 20 hearts or something. And thank you for the GG. That was a quick and easy one. I guess we'll have to find a new horse. Oh, we're out here. Rocks stay busted, as they must. We could even ascend out of here, actually, just to see where it takes me. It would probably just take me onto the plateau, in fact, but we can scout it. This pillar, in fact, looks like the ascend point. For anyone who wants to do that. I don't particularly care. That's okay, it probably just sends me up to plateau anyway, given the placement of the cave. In fact, it would send me, yeah, directly there, so no need. What I discovered is that you can use Ascend to scout. So for example, and the UI doesn't tell you this, at least in Pro mode, it doesn't tell you this. But you can look around and enemies freeze. If you look at this, for instance, you can see that it's directly in a muddy depth spot, and there's no point in exiting. So you can just press B and duck back down. And there's never any fall damage, I don't think. It just puts you back to start. So as soon as I discovered that you can cancel out of those, that became very useful for scouting purposes. Because if you miss slightly with Ascend, you can reposition yourself. Anyway. A lot going on up in the sky that we still haven't gotten a chance to play with. It looks like luminous stone up there. Yeah, like I said, we'll eventually get the glider. We're not putting it off forever, but... I haven't seen a reason to make it a priority, necessarily. Oh yeah, we should get some horses. Actually, the horse is still there. Despite not being a registered horse. A horse that does not yet have permission to post in the forum. Anyway, let's take a look here, and we'll go for the shrine and the fairy fountain. That's going to be the priority. Also, this guy is not very obedient. That looks like Arakuda, but we have no arrows, so... There's a nice survey team. A big hole, and... I've been there, so... Also, the horse is running away, so it's not particularly tame. Oh, that's our first white bokoblin of the game, I think. Given that it's our first white bokoblin of the game, let's fight it. And let's kill it. We got weapons. We do have to knock it back. If I'm not careful, it is going to one-shot me, I think. Whoa, we got company. We got a little too much company, actually. Get too much heat on me at the moment, considering I have no arrows. That's an interesting horn signifying the white bokoblin, actually. Oh, wait. Okay, we're in trouble. Hang on. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's try not to pull everybody at once. Normally I'd be able to do this fight, but not with no arrows, we don't. Yeah, this guy's still feeling threatened, so let's try to lead him out. Really wanted to loot the white one, though, because we just haven't had an opportunity to fight one yet. We'll need to be a little more cautious here about pulling everybody. Okay, we'll pull a few at a time. Oh, sledge is already pretty damaged. Okay, bouncy stick. Wow, that's a lot of guys, actually. We have no arrows to shoot them down. We do, however, have the fire rod, which... Let's switch to it. Hang on. Let's heal up. This fight is probably a bad idea, but let's eat up and tag an apple on that just to fill up the heart. So we have some of that one-shot protection from full health. Okay, we're fighting on grass, so fire's gonna be good. Okay, we'll toast him. Not as good as an arrow, but... Also, he's got a fire weapon now, which is not good. But... We have some additional fire weapons, though, and... On grass, I think this will be fine. Whoa, okay. Didn't expect to be bombarded like that. Let's, meat mushroom, and again, just make sure we fill that. Where's my... Okay. Yeah, this is a problem with having no arrows. Having one arrow. We can't do anything here. Let's see. Okay, we'll toast him. Okay, down. Almost. Yeah. We gotta simplify at least a little bit, even if we're totally out of ammo. Just counter this guy if he's on the ground. Or shoot him down with a rod, once again. And then toast him from there. Bouncy stick. Or rock sledge. Okay. Now we can fight the other one. If we have something that's maybe 2 heart plus strength, do we have that? Not really. We have 4 heart plus strength. Let's just eat some apples or something. Grab one of these. Okay, gotta fill up. And then we'll fight the white one. Possibly sneak strike if we can. It's kind of facing the wrong way for that, though. He is facing my way, which is not great, but... Oh, and we have no elemental weapons, almost. We can go electric against this, but let's go fire, and... Oh. Too many shots to do this. We've got lots of ammo, so that's fine. Okay. He is facing the other direction now, but I assume we won't be able to get to him in time. We'll probably throw the sledge at him. Get some knockback going. Unless we can get the sneak strike down. Okay. Let's just whip him. Yeah, we want to use the Talus Hammer against him. Get him knocked back as much as possible. Maybe use a flame weapon as well. Make sure we toast him a little bit, and then... Again. We're going to activate the whole camp area this way. Whoa. Standing too close. Okay, same idea as before. Let's just actually just toast him from here. Again. Yeah, there's not enough damage. Hang on. Be overpulled ever so slightly. Let's go attack power. 5 bananas. Yeah. We don't need that much uptime. We'll just go with this one. And we'll just try to whip this guy as quickly as possible. Fancy Claymore. This is silver. 31 power. First one of the game. Must have been finding quite a bit of these to start spawning silvers already with so little gear. Don't remember exactly what the event triggers are for that. When it comes to the upgrades, I think it's based on kills. But I don't actually remember. Bouncy Claymore. Doesn't... Oh, it gives me huge knockback. That's what it does. Okay, once again, standing too close. Yeah, we'll want to do this once again. There we go. Big bounce. Then... And then... Oh, here's another one. This is what happens when you just don't have arrows. You end up with these contrivances. Okay. Alright, let's set the other guy on fire. And he'll just die. Good. Okay, that went well. Eventually. Consumed a little too much food there, but that's okay. We've got materials. no reason to be too frugal, at least for now. But yeah, might as well learn how to fight without constant archery in this game. Would become much too dependent on. And mostly I just wanted to loot the silver guy to see the attack power. Okay, so there's going to be a stable here. Wonder if this is actually the one with Impa, which I guess would actually fill in a quest, but if it's North Seren, that's what it would be. Also, we got Beetle. Let's buy some arrows. Oh, this is Outskirt. Yeah, of course. Anyway, Beetle. What have you got? Just look what I've got. Let's... we actually got money for arrows, so let's buy now. Always buy arrows. That's what I've learned from Master Mode. And indeed from this game, in general. Always buy arrows. We'll regret it eventually when we actually see some big money dumps we can't afford. But until that point, let's first of all collect some points. No, that's fine. Now we'll take one of our good horses a little bit. Zonai ruins at Dig Dog Bridge. West to a three-way intersection and then turning south. Okay. Yeah, we've been there. Those are the ones that are by the Spring of Courage, I think. Oh, no, maybe not. Dig Dog Bridge, that's... this bridge here... Yeah, so that... no, that's something different. But I thought we had been there to the south earlier. We'll check it anyway. Eventually. So I snapped this for some reason. Oh, because this was from the cave scanner. So that probably is the ruins that he's talking about. But anyway, priority is going to be Great Ferry once we get to it. This is interesting. We better take a picture of this. Cherry blossom trees, yes. And we know from the one cherry blossom tree that we found that that is a scouting location for caves. We will screenshot it, for sure. Closest cherry blossom tree is northwest in Satori Mountain, which is sensible given that the Lord of the Mountain is associated with this. And the Lord of the Mountain, who was a tribute to Satoru Iwata in the first place, makes sense that he would be our guide from the cherry blossom trees. Okay. Yeah, so we know what that's all about now, for once. There's actually one that's right beside Hyrule Castle, so probably that was a tutorial that we missed. We found one that's in the bottom right here, I think, and... oh, I don't know about this one here. Maybe we... yeah. I don't think we actually saw that. But yeah, between all of these, you get a pretty clear advantage of the entire cave system, I think. Anyway, is this recipe something we want to know? This is like a creme brulee. This is definitely creme brulee. Great Fairy flees into Firebud. Woodland Stable, well, I mean, there's another one here too. Musical Troupe. And what else do you have? This is probably about Dorito again, yeah. There'll be some kind of journalist quest. Probably we need a photo camera for that, I bet. Anyway, the next unlock I think was just a stable slot. So, nothing especially important. Knight's Saddle and Knight's Bridle will do that soon enough. We'll definitely spend the night over here. Look at this, we got a power vehicle. Almost ready to go with a steering stick and everything. But we'll check the well if there is one, and a fairy fountain if there's one. The rumor's true. Yeah. Burrito Canyon. Oh, look at this! You can get a tiny little pony. The weather changed after the upheaval. It took that stable by surprise. And so they can't handle the heat. Have I heard skeletal horses? We got one in the last game. They definitely weren't born in the upheaval unless they're different horses entirely from the last skeletal ones we saw. But we need to bring him one, okay. That's fine. That's a reason to actually seize one. I don't know if there is a well. There is, okay. Because of course there is. More arrows are always highly valuable. And we'll check the well. Oh, big cave system. Who knows what this is? We haven't even checked the shrine yet, but that's okay. We'll come here and see what's up. Got some luminous stone. Oh, fairies! Excellent. Our third catch of days. Yeah, so outskirts cable. Well, we'll mark it because we need the fairy location. So, I mean, there's a fairy fountain right above this, so perhaps this isn't that big a deal. But we don't know what the fairy fountain will be like currently. Whether fairies will be stationed there or they have all disappeared on us. But anyway, let's grab a few. So we don't need a traverse map to find more. And let's wait for this one to come to us. If it can. Come on. Get down here. And we can find a rock here to break some of this stuff. That'd be great. This bouncy stick's not going to work for as a mining weapon here. Otherwise, we'll have to use the talus hammer, which is a bit overkill, but you know. We know how to get more eventually. Anyway, now we can take fall damage. Again. Alright, up we go. I know, it'll be strange to go back to Breath of the Wild and not have subterranean systems like this. Beetle, pack for beetle, yeah. You know what, we are going to sleep because usually you can reload Beetle's inventory. And we do want the stamina buff anyway, so... Let's lodge with you in the Malanya bed. And get another horse clue we won't remember.
Ah.
Lakeside Stable, Donjon's Grace. Yeah, we know that. I wonder why that's important. I wonder if we can mount them or something. The ancient creatures, the ancestors of horses, can make precious gems out of stones. That's interesting. We didn't cross the cliff to talk to the person who was researching them, so we should maybe go back and check that, given that gem manufacture would be extremely valuable. And we know exactly where to find that, so we'll go back there at some point. Anyway, that's a very useful hint.
Ah.
Okay. And make yourself at home, etc. Where's Beetle? And what is this? This looks like a theater. The Stable Trotters. These are the musicians trying to wake the fairies. I guess since we're next to a fairy fountain, it makes sense. I don't know if we would have to do that in order, then.
Yeah. Sa.
And, yeah, we can't afford that, so let's sell off a few things first and load up. I usually need 180 to buy up the stock, right? So, let's see what we have for gems. We got lots of ruby now after fighting some Talus, so.
Wow.
And we'll see, of course, if the Great Fairy requires money. 69 arrows. Nice. Arrow 69. It's a Mang level waiting to happen. Anyway, let's head on up to the shrine at least. Speaking of which, while we have been playing Breath of the Wild, not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, pretty much exclusively since it released, the GDQ levels for Mario Maker for the relay next week are coming fairly soon. And we will at least go back to Mario Maker for that, if not more. So, let's take a look. The stakes guide you. Very high stakes. This looks oddly reminiscent of one of the other shrines, except this time it has rockets. One of the Breath of the Wild shrines is similar to this. But this is rockets, and that automatically makes it an improvement. Ah, okay. The stakes guide you, I see. Maybe we shouldn't have taken that out. Oh, this isn't a rocket, this is just a stake. Which is fine, because it means that we can attach it and make a platform out of it. We never learned how to use these, because we found them in one place where there was a Bolson construction puzzle, and we despawned them, and so that was not helpful. But we can do that, and we can probably take the next one with me. Whoops. Whoops. That was not great. It's probably gonna get pulled. That's okay. We'll take it on the way up. In fact, there are two of these. Let's see. Because I guess the idea is that you would follow one up and wrap around to the other side. I assume that you can't actually climb these platforms, so it's important that we put these on the side, actually. And attach one at the lowest point. So it doesn't get clipped. Yeah, so we never did that Hudson construction sign the intended way. Because we despawned the stakes and couldn't get them to work. Anyway, we probably have to walk around one side, so let's find out how that's going to work. We have to go piece by piece. No, we don't. We just need to wrap around like this. Maybe jump it. Maybe pull back slightly, in fact. Oops. Okay, we just need to walk it. This is mechanically very interesting in terms of how it's set up. It doesn't handle collision like any other object in the game. Is that going to stay? Yes, it is. And we can, of course, take this out and place it in order to reach the treasure. I bet. Because then we would want to take the second plank after that. Okay. Yeah, we'll jump it. We'll grab the bottom one. Oops, okay. Didn't actually manage the insertion. But then we just make the plank 2 pieces long. Oh. It's actually really hard to aim this thing. From this diagonal. Let's just aim it this way and push it in. Don't want to do this in a time-sensitive condition, that's all. And the boundary here is marked, so... Anyway, we can just attach this. I don't know if it'll stay or if we... won't be able to do it this way. Let's, yeah, we should be able to just fall in. See what's in the chest. We'll take it. This looks like it might require glider, unless it can push the platform. It might actually require glider, actually. Well, let's see, because what if we put... If it requires a glider, then we gotta bail out of here. But I guess we can cover that. Now, why would it require a glider, though? I guess maybe that's just a scouting position. Because I don't see that we can interact with anything with, like, a big arrow jump or something, unless we need this to walk across or get up to the upper platform. Maybe that is it, that you need a glider to float to the upper location, in which case we might be in a bit of trouble here. depending on where we need to deflect the ball. Let's see if we can do it. We've solved a few seemingly glider required contraptions before, so with strategic use of what we have, maybe we can do it again. It would be a shame if got this far only to see a glider requirement. But yeah, basically we would want to obstruct that and roll the ball down, probably by attaching things to this and then using recall. A couple of pegs that we can use with that too. We have additional pegs here. The thing is, we might be able to create a ramp or something that would get me within reach of a location that we might otherwise need a glider to reach. Let's try it. Where does that need to go? It needs to go all the way over. Ooh, okay. Because basically then we need to sit the ball on some kind of receptacle that we can then... Oh no, there's a track here. So maybe that's fine. We just need to get it down to the track. But that might require me to reach something up above. Okay. Yeah, because if we hold this in place, then we just slide it down. And then we would probably need some pegs on the rotating locations, which might be a little tricky, but I mean, it doesn't need to be on a specific location here, it just needs to rotate. Or perhaps not even that, but we just needed to tilt this way. Or we just use these pegs to stop the platform. Let's see. Yeah, because currently this would just collide, wouldn't it? Let's see if this is doable. So we need to stop that, create a slope. I think we just need to create a slope. And to do that, maybe we can stop just using a peg. Yeah, you know what? Let's do a recall or something just to slow this thing down. Not gonna be the same thing as stasis, but it's just... Oops. We'll just slow this down at least. Okay. Good. So let's say we stop that. Now we can attach one plank. Whoops, nope. No. Not that. Let's go for a plank. We might need to attach this a little bit differently here. Let's go up. Maybe that's long enough. It's not long enough. However, if we... Oh no, we can't even reach it. Do that, lower it slightly. We actually have room to adjust its height. Now we can do it. Now will the ball actually stop? Yes, but if we do something about that peg. Well, we can get on top of the peg afterwards. We should have pulled that out in the first place, using this platform before attaching it. In fact, we can still do that, probably. If we just jump out and detach. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just place this a little higher. Like this. Jump up on top of it. Yeah, probably you were supposed to go up with the glider, but I don't know if we can go further than this at this location, but we've got to try it. You know what? No, there's a way to do it. There's a way. There's always a way. We should attach this, and hopefully there aren't any issues with its balancing, as it is pegged. Come on. Why don't we just grab the ball at this stage? We can totally grab it. I bet we can grab it. Whoa. If we went up, we're kind of stuck in this location for a moment, though. Let's try to go a little bit further. We actually lowered this instead of pegging down the platform already. If we could do it. It's a little too precarious. We have plenty of room to actually move this whole thing further, though. Let's try this again, just a little differently. Okay, so we'll start with this. I said we'll start with this. We'll put it on a corner like this. I think it actually does withstand a certain degree of mass. We don't want to attach like that, though. But basically, if we stand on top of that, that's okay. We can, in fact, climb it as well. So the pegs are climbable, which is really important. We can place it like this. You can even attach like this to just create a ramp to go upstairs. Hey, look at that. Oh, whoops, dropped the peg. We probably didn't want to dump the peg, but whoops. So we can roll the ball at this stage, or we can just grab it. I bet we can just grab it. Oh yeah, this respawns, so we need to get rid of it. For a moment, just not get rolled by the ball. But no, the ball's going to sail right over if we only remove the peg, right? Just drop the peg over here so we have access to it. We can totally grab it, I bet. Might have to stop it first, though. I mean, it would be fancier if we did it this way. Okay. A little bit slow. Well, we'll just work out the timing. we won't necessarily do it this way. We can just stop the ball. Or we can do it this way. Alright. No cheese detected. And then I guess we just see how far we can reach. We can even create a platform to walk on over there if we wanted, but no, we can just place it almost there. Actually, if we place... I don't know if the ball can actually go onto rail. I think it can. And if it can't, we'll just grab another one. It can't. Okay, fine. That's fine, we know how to grab another one. Okay, so we do need to peg one platform there, and then we use another platform to sweep it. That's how you do it. I mean, obviously you're supposed to roll the ball down the ramp. You're not just supposed to just grab it like this, but... Late. Just is a bit of a rhythm timing. Early, perhaps? We'll do it. We did it before. Late. No. Let's go down like this. This is a silly way to do it, but, you know. Oh, you know what? We'll just stop it with a platform, maybe. Then I have to get it back down and everything, and that would be slightly annoying. We'll just try it. We did it once. Just to give it some extra cheese. Nope. Come on. Late, I think. Wish I had saved at the previous timing so we could redo it, but I think we can redo it. Or we'll just do it the slow way. Okay, fine. But I don't really want to take apart this thing here. This is too good to me. But if we send the ball down, then yeah, because we'd have to grab it anyway when it goes down slope. What do we grab it this way so we can see it? A little easier to catch it when we can see where it's going. It's just that there is a little bit of lag time to the grab mechanic, so. Gonna be a little bit slow on it. Yeah. I like the other position better. We can do it. Actually, yeah, if we face in like that, that's a lot easier. Much, much, much easier. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Will it save my configuration? I hope it does, but if it doesn't, we're in trouble. Okay, no, it does. Good. And yeah, we had some hearts from the Melania Shrine anyway. Now the thing is, the ball can attach to the platform, so we can just attach it down below somewhere and then sweep it with another object. Perhaps that's the best way to do it. But let's take some of this stuff apart first. I haven't done something that's a true alternate solution in some time, so it's actually very satisfying to do this one. Maybe even, yeah. Make sure that sticks. There we go. And then maybe Make this a ramp. Just roll the ball down the ramp. If we can actually dump it on top. And if we can't, well, we'll just have to grab that platform all over again. Look at that. We got it. We got it. Once it decides to roll its way in anyway. Come on. Alternate solution. Our clips only cover a minute at a time. We do want to see it succeed. There we go. Okay, alternate solution achieved. Did we ever get a treasure chest here? Yes, we did. Up there. Oh, and I guess now we need to find a way back across, which we can do. So yeah, who needs a glider? When you've got pegs. Yeah, we'll probably just use the peg strategically to get back. Let's just move everything back out. We might even make a little diving board here. I don't think it'll cover enough distance though, so let's make it there instead. See if I can make this little jump. You know what? Let's not risk it. Let's just do this. Take an extra peg just in case we need it. So yeah, I think the implication was that you're supposed to jump up to this platform to do some further manipulation from a better position, but you know. We're a little more stylish than that. Also, yeah, if I'm correct, pegs are always climbable, which is very, very important to know for future purposes. Very, very important. Okay, let's put this down on a bit of a diagonal. Let's do that. And we'll just jump it. And we're done. Love how flexible that is. Yeah, we weren't going to mess with the track, even though sweeping it with something rotating that was attached to a peg was probably solution A. Yeah, we've got enough for 2 upgrades. Probably going to go 1 heart, 1 stamina again next time, but right now everything is one-shotting me anyway, right? So staying on low health and using the one-shot protection is actually a little more food efficient. Anyway, Great Ferry. Let's see it. Goes up the hill from here, right? Ooh, rupees. That's a clue. You don't usually see rupees out in the field, so... a little bit of a breadcrumb. The first one is free. And... oh no, this is just a tree. Where was the ferry? I know we have it on the map, I just want to see it with my eyes. I think it was up this way. This is just more encampment, though. There it is. Yeah. And it is enclosed. And we'll see what that's all about. Well, let's check this tree. Perhaps afterwards, but oh no, this might be safe. Let's see, we've got so many bouncy sticks now. Let's see what this location's all about. Looks like there's a well. Well, we'll do the ferry first and then come back for the well. I'm pretty sure. Oh. Oh, it's just a blue squadron. That'll be easy, even though we have no arrows. We've beaten so many black squadrons at this point, surely a blue squadron is not going to give me a problem. But... And didn't we just reload arrows in the stable? Yes, we did, so... Oh. Those guys do have fire, though, so let's make sure we get rid of that. Actually, unlike the black ones, they don't do a massive area effect. The black ones seem uniquely vulnerable to that. So, this guy's going to spend all his firebombs, unfortunately. Let's just smack them when we can. Let's... Oh, let's go bouncy. Because then we get some knockback. On the guy at range, especially. Oh, that's a little far. Maybe a little too bouncy. Whoop. Let's heal up before we get into too much trouble here. We have 4 hearts and attack power. Yes, we... Defense up. We can do that too. We're surprisingly low on weapons now. I guess I've been breaking everything. Throwing them. Yeah, we shouldn't have lost a fire guy. That would have been valuable loot, but... Anyway. I'll probably just sneak behind this guy at this point. He's got no friends remaining. Might have been sneak strike with the flame weapon if we do it. He won't suspect a thing. Oh, he will suspect a thing. Okay, let's not bounce him too far. We do want to loot him. Yeah, sure. Let's get a little bit more knockback on him. Then... There we go. Okay, we can check the well now since we're here, or if it looks like a really elaborate cave system, then we'll go for the ferry first. It might be an elaborate system, but... Pod. Okay. Someone's notes. Is the desert a harsh environment with extreme temperature differences? Well, somebody loves the desert. Fire fruit dish, okay. This tells you the fire fruit gives you strength. And it doesn't offer you protection from the heat, of course not. The Wizard of Food. But anyway, here's some fire fruit. This is just a little cooking tutorial, I guess. Nothing more to it than that. We've mainly been using this as ammunition anyway. So, that works for me. Just gonna make sure there's nothing else hidden here. I don't think so. Back up we go. And because we're near a fairy fountain, there's just money lying around. That's just what they do. Got some upturned carts here that have been here since the calamity. Nothing to loot though. Okay, ammunition, what do we need? We've got lots of ice. We've got plenty of fire. Let's go more lightning. Always use more of that. Also, wow, we're so low on bows too. Let's actually check what the effect is on a duplex bow at this point. We need a bit more room. Because we can see what the spread shot is like on this. Yeah. See if we can get both at once. Yeah, in fact, very efficient to use the duplex with that. Maybe that was a reason to fight more of the Yuka, just loot some more decent bows. Finally spending some weapons in this game. We'll trade up to good stuff eventually. Let's finally see if we can upgrade some gear. And moreover, what the cost of entry is. The nerve of you coming here. Oh, not fond of me today. Yeah, I am just after the enhancement. Filthy with gloom and full of monsters. Terra, I think, was the one who was formerly in the desert. Okay, so we do in fact need to do the musician quest, which apparently starts at the woodland stable. Sound of a flute, though. I wonder if there'll be a reference to one of the older flute melodies, going all the way back to Link to the Past. So we do need to find the musician troupe before this is accessible, so woodland stable will be necessary eventually. We know where it is. It's over here by the forest. We do still need to ride there someday. So, in the immediate future, let's check out what this is. As we were told about the bridge. And the Zonai ruins. And this can be removed. I mean, obviously, if we wanted to go for the glider and the map and other essentials, this is the closest we've been to date. Yeah, and eventually if we're going back to familiar territory, that's probably something that we'll do. But for now, do you have ammo for me? Yes, you do. I love how quickly he restocks ammo in this one. In the last one, there was usually a much longer cooldown. So, let's sell off some topaz or something. Maybe we've got plenty of that. And we'll take everything. We should probably grab some food as well. And we're going to go for a drive, I think. Don't even necessarily meet the horse, although the horse would take me a longer distance. Perhaps. Over the countryside. Alright, let's see how we're doing for meals. Quite badly. We consumed most of the healing items that were just HP, so we should, in fact, get some of that in order. Very little meat here, too. So let's just get a bunch of these. And some smaller items, too, so we can have, you know, little 2 heart and 3 heart heals. We very often neglect filling those in. And we'll do some of that. Maybe just do some smaller items, meat plus shroom. We can do some more with bananas as well, but you know, we won't always need that. Yeah. A couple of 3 heart meals will do this just fine. And we'll get a bonus. Very nice. And yeah, we'll leave one piece in case we want to experiment with something later. In the meantime, I also had a ton of fish. We got some glow effects on it, which will be good eventually. We want to save the arowana. We only know one location to get it right now, so we don't want to get into that too quickly. I kind of wonder if the stack between the Mighty Porgy and the bananas will merely extend a timer or give me a double buff on the strength. We're going to try it, just to see. Banana fish dish, if it works. Mighty fish skewer, yeah, it gives you the double attack up. From different types, it's a 3 heart heal too, so in combat I actually kind of like that. We'll make a couple more of those. In fact, and we'll even do some with shrooms or something as filler. That'll probably just add hearts. And we'll try it. We'll just have a bit of variety here. Yeah, because a lot of these are single attack buffs, but if you have 2 different types, you get a double attack. It's like the way it worked in the first game. Same idea. Look at that, triple attack up. We'll definitely get a couple of these. Because in combat, I think usually something like a 3 heart heal is what I want, so. But of course, we won't always be stacking the timer, since it doesn't stack on itself. So, failing that, we will just do a little light meal here and there. Fruit and mushroom. And just fill in a few of the smaller spots. Yeah, occasionally having a 2 heart heal is just fine, probably. Since we're consuming these anyway. Oh, I can't carry any more meals. Okay, that's fine. We'll keep filling that up really quickly. And yet it always seems I'm running out of the meals I want, so. Whoops. Can we? Yes, we can. Okay. Let's go take a look at those runes. We'll want a horse. In my haste to register the giant white horse. In the last stream, I totally misspelled Rocinante. It's usually with a C in Spanish. I've seen it localized with a Z in some English translations as well. But anyway, it's not too offensive to have the S, I suppose. Just slightly unsatisfying, especially that we can't correct any of these by renaming horses. And also that I just spent the name eponymous on a very regular horse that's really not that spectacular. James D, thank you very much for dropping by, and hope you enjoyed what you saw. And we'll see you again soon enough, I'm sure. Given how often I've been playing this. So now ruins, yeah, we're going there. We can. Heading west to a three-way intersection, turning south. Okay. So we'll go westbound. We totally could have pulled this thing too, in fact, with a harness if we wanted to. We want to take our all-terrain vehicle somewhere. Anyway, west. Death Mountain is northeast, so we'll go this way. Or, actually, which way are we facing? South, okay. Did we go down that well earlier? Yeah, we did. It was just a cooking bit. So, this is a western path, but it is a bit of a dead end, so... Yeah, this is a northern path. Let's go southwest if we can. That's the other way. If there's a way for me to turn off of here. Yeah, there is. Okay, constructs. Which is good. We need to loot some more of these. We can even go... Oh, yeah, he doesn't like the lightning so much, and he's going to shock himself, which is fine. That's a very dynamic interaction. We'll want to go... Yeah, Duplex would kind of miss with him against a Keys Eyeball. Let's try it anyway. Doesn't do very much. Let's just fight it directly. Probably with the electric spear. Whoa. Okay. Beam emitter shield. I mean, he's dropped it. Let's actually... no, the beam emitter shield is already fused, so we can't really pick it up. We can't grab his weapon. And then we'll just smack him with something. Yeah, the two-hander is actually not the best, so... Got a lot of electric over here, which is great. Captain Construct staring me down in the middle. This guy's on wheels. This guy's on the power wheels. Love the Construct designs. This guy's holding a wheel, rather. We should heal up. And maybe use that attack power food that we just assembled. Maybe not the full one, but double. Yeah, our weapon set is actually not great right now for once in the game. Oh, this guy Okay, that's one fairy. Oh, totally missed. Okay. Okay, there we go. Duplex bow is actually going to be quite good here. I actually don't know how many shots it takes. It just takes one shot to get the double effect of duplex, which I think is quite nice. Let's just smack him. Just use one of the weak weapons back. And drop it for the beam emitter club, perhaps. Yeah, we'll just drop something like this completely. I see you have constructed a new lightsaber. Ooh. Okay. There we go. Soldier Construct 4. No wonder it was tougher. Good thing we had the fairy. I totally underestimated that guy. Even though his weapons are not good. Homing cart shield, that's interesting. Oh yeah, no, we've seen the homing carts, we just haven't seen the shield interaction. Beam emitter shields are always fun, but unfortunately I can't disassemble those and reattach it to my better shields that I would like to keep. This looks like a Korok. Yeah, haha. Oh, we got somebody there who is potentially snipeable. Good. Took it down immediately. Probably do the same back here. I love how they fight the electric chews in this location to demonstrate to the player the idea of using electricity to fight them. Finally, some extra bows. Switch out to duplex bow. The duplex is a little too good for this. Okay. And then... oh. Let's not stand right in his face. It's probably pretty strong. Oop. Whoa. Right in the face. Okay, so we don't want him to let him focus me down with a beam like that. There's 2 fairies out of 3 down already, so we can't be too careless. Yeah, he's actually got good aim, unlike me. Whoop. Should have walked onto him. There we go. Beat the target. And let's smack him. It's probably at least a Captain 4, so... look at that shield stomp with the barrel. That's kind of nice. Come on. There we go. We got plenty of room for good loot since we're sitting on some pretty bad stuff right now. Captain Construct 3. Look at the barrel club. We'll definitely try it. Barrel the laughs. More bows. That's good too. Oh, it's just a barrel though. It's not actually that interesting. Well, they seem to get a pretty big ground stomp out of it. Portable pots. For single cooking needs, we need some kind of immunity. Might be useful if we eventually have to deal with glow or gloom or something. Yeah, I wonder if there's a better way to aim the beam emitter club, like possibly with the throw. Kind of like what we discovered with the rocket throw. Anyway, that looks like the ruins cave system we're looking for. And here's the lost guy again.
Ooh. Ooh.
He's basically here as a way to encourage me to talk to him every time I try to cross into new territory. As a reminder to the kind of players who actually want direction in their lives. Oh, we got Zonite power. This. We should see if there's anything else to loot here, because the problem is that, you know, the enemies already took all the available Zonite fusions. We didn't get too many for ourselves. And the base weapons are not actually that good here anyway. Oh yeah, we still have a horse. Let's do that. Let's do this the stylish way. There we go. Always play for style. What is this station here? Rudo Canyon used to have a stable. Horses hate the place. I mean, they already did, but I guess it's a way of creating the same horse barrier to the desert as in the previous game without having to formally enforce it as much. And, okay, so he's got the miniature stable here. Mini stable? Okay. We're going to stop at Gerudo Canyon Stable. And there's no inn there either. Well, we'll do it eventually. We'll see how far the horses will let me go. We saw something about ruins in this place, so we do want to find it. Oh, it's something to do with this structure. Green dragon still milling about, and we have some refugee tents over here. It's a secret to everybody. Research team, I see. And yeah, we know this stuff. We'll grab all the research materials, of course. And remembering things hurts. Yes, I guess so. Oh, there's a dispenser. Yes, we want that. We want that for sure. But we need to cross over to it. Probably drop it down below and ascend, but, you know, obviously we can build a bridge as well, and it might work a lot better. So, we had marked that there were caverns somewhere here, but the important thing is to check the dispenser to see what kind of items it will give me. Also, the Blood Moon Rises. Jeez. Oh, he's looking at it. Oh no, looking at the ruins. Okay, I see. The ruins at the border. Hence why we have the dispenser here.
Oh. Ah.
Lately the days have been blisteringly hot. I mean, it was always that way.
Ah. Oh.
Although it's true that we're a little low on heat resistance food, so we should grab some just in case we continue. Even though we do have the Wind Waker shirt in its unupgraded state. See the Blood Moon. Blood Moon.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the...
Okay. Lots of ascension points here, obviously, but we won't take them yet until we've seen the dispenser. Because that's the most important thing right now by far. However, given our proximity to heat, we should, in fact, use some of the heat resistance food. What do we even have in that respect? Currently just 4 minutes. Low level. Yeah, we can do better than that. And more chill shrooms. We don't have that many of them, actually, so... At least I don't think so. Actually, we just have these two. I don't know if we have... Yeah, we have a cool flower, but... Don't know that we have much else for cooling. Oh yeah, we have ice fruit. Or... Oh no, as with the fire fruit, it's not a resistance item, it is a weapon-related thing, so let's not make that mistake. Doesn't have temperature effects. So let's actually cook some dishes. We have one level of heat resistance from the lobster shirt if we need, but so maybe splitting this up and doing it by time is better. Instead of just getting the 2-level heat resistance. Yeah, because we at least have one layer to work with. We'll just need to get more chill shrooms. I can't carry any more meals. Okay, we should have accounted for that. That's okay. Got a couple of minutes to work with, if necessary. And we just want to check the dispenser anyway.
Oh.
Just on your way back to the tent. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'd like to let you go, but my horse is too big. No. Right, because here's the canyon. It's been a little bit wrecked. And, oh yeah, we should have actually picked up some of those planks back there to create a bridge, so... Let's go back and do that. And just walk it over since we don't have a harness. I did see some construction materials. We'll just tag a couple of them together. Build a plank. Bridge. Reasonable length. might be good. Oops, spooked the horse. But the Ultra Hand effect seems to have a way of spooking everybody, so... that's just what we'll have. Oh, this is a little too short, actually. Well, what I can see here, okay. We should actually get an additional flank, just to be safe. I don't want to mess with that too much. We'll just grab another board. One more will do. We could always climb and ascend that thing as well, but what fun is that? Okay, and hopefully this will hold. Let's see if we have anything to drop in here. Like some Zonai charges after having spent everything. Oh, there we go. Zonai charges. We'll do a full roll. Just to get a sense of what this gives me. Springs, yeah, we'll take them. Steaks, excellent. Now, the important thing to notice here is that none of these gave me the ones from this dispenser. Not this one. The ones from this dispenser. Which is a problem because we currently don't have a way to get more wings. In fact, I'm not even sure to give me flame emitters. Flame emitter, fan, personal pot. Maybe wings are just a rare or something, but currently... oh, there's an additional one that has not been rolled yet, so maybe we just need to roll some more. See the complete set. We have seen all four over here, and... what about at Tarrytown? Yeah, we've seen all six, so let's keep rolling because I want to see if this site is capable of giving me something like a wing, which is a very critical piece that we're missing. And it matters because we're playing with a fast travel, and heading back up is a problem. And in fact, it doesn't seem like any of these give me flame emitters either, so perhaps flame emitter and wing is exclusive to the sky. But eventually, when we can get the waterfall ascent and everything going, perhaps going back up to the sky will not be so much of a problem. So, let's see. In fact, yeah, I don't even remember where the sky pool took me initially when we took the dive. But it's start around this side, so... over here in Central Hyrule. So let's try to roll for the last item. Spent way too many of these. I mean, we'll pick up more steaks, that'll be innately helpful. This gives me a lot of traversal items. Batteries. Batteries are good. I can see why they're rare. But we apparently have big ruins somewhere here. We have a camp over there. We should look for things like bunnies if we can. And we'll also test the limits at horse, perhaps.
Hey!
A test.
Ah!
Okay. Yeah, we can do it. We know this game. I bet the horse can't proceed past here, though, so... We'll see what the limit of the horse is. Once it comes my way. Oh, it's gonna stop. Okay. And yeah, this will probably be the extent of where it will go. Restricted, just like they were last time. And it's really not abnormal by the sound of it. Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, best warm up when it's cold. Stay near a fire, yeah. When it is very hot out. And with water, yeah, we can use the chew jelly and all that. Splash fruit. All that. So, you know, fending off high temperatures, yep. By being affected by the extreme temperatures near the ruins, probably, or into a cave. In Gerudo Canyon, though, should be. It has to be a feature that's actually present here, so. Being unaffected should be into a cave. Yeah. Alright. Well, let's take a look at this structure. More construction materials for something. Possibly building our way down here. Waterfall might be worth checking, especially with lengths going all the way up, but, you know, we'll check the cliffside. See what happens. Or we can go this way. Bypass much of that entirely. This looks like a very conspicuous gate or structure of sorts. We can probably ascend through it. No, it can't reach the ceiling, but we might be able to construct something that can reach the ceiling. Or we can just climb. And the other way. Looks like we just have to climb from here. If this is climbable, which it is. Because this is the overworld after all. We really need to hit a goddess statue at some point because we have so many potential shrine upgrades banked up. Anyway. getting hot here. Let's get the Wind Waker shirt on. Shrine up there. Yeah, we'll see if we actually take this location next time, or if we decide to turn back for now. Because I don't really have enough inventory slots to have a lot of heat resistance food. That's the going concern at the moment. Although, single bar of heat resistance is good for a few purposes. At least at this hour. This is standard Zonai Tower. Yeah, but we can kind of do the upper ridge and maybe make our way up to a tree or something. We'll see. Anyway. Really our first sign of this region. We're doing for heat. Okay. Red Los Alphos, we'll just go ice. Okay. I guess if you freeze them like that, maybe they don't drop the tails. Yeah, I think I discovered that in the previous game too. But you don't want to just toast them all the time. More Chillstrooms is a good idea, though. Given that, once again, we're pretty short on food, just given how I don't have the slots for it. More arrows are always appreciated. Let's get them there. Can't quite see what that is. Well, it could go down, but let's do the cork puzzle first. Should have a rock somewhere close by. We just need a carrot from elsewhere, but usually the rock puzzles point towards the rock that you need, so yeah, as expected. And right, those are the rapids up to the former stable location that we were warned about. It's a motorboat ride waiting to happen. Let's build a contraption for it. Enemy encampment down below, though. Whoops. Come on. You know what? Let's just use the Ultra Hand. Much better. Much, much better. Okay. That's it for that. Okay, you've got a maw up there as well. Maybe we can go for that. Those are the ruins we were hearing about as well, but... Yeah, got rapids down there, camp down there. We will want to get some of the tails off those guys at some point, so... Maybe that's interesting. I mean, it will be interesting, it's just... You know, is it interesting enough to deal with now? I did mark, although at a great and an inaccurate distance, that it would potentially be a cave down here. In fact, that's pretty close to a waterfall location, isn't it? So perhaps we should go back and check that. Because that would have been one of the markers I placed from the cherry blossom tree. And it would be well worth a look. Yeah, disencampment is down. Let's go back. If we can. See what we can crop into. Oh, we should gain some elevation first once we consider that we're already up here, so... Tumbleweed. Fixture of Skyward Sword, but I don't think Tumbleweed was in Breath of the Wild, so this is... You know what? I bet we can merge something with it. We want a Tumbleweed weapon or something. For some unknown reason. I doubt that does anything interesting. Apart from bringing back memories of Skyward Sword. I remember chasing Tumbleweed for some reason in Skyward Sword. I think it was some kind of construction material for upgrades, but I don't quite recall. Oh. Yeah, so we can ice a couple of these, but we shouldn't be too reliant on that simply because we don't actually want to just instant kill them all the time. Maybe we could just take out 2 and loot 1. Just for simplicity. I kind of like that idea. Just simplify this. Fight 1 directly. And then... Tumbleweed Claymore. Yeah, may as well. Before he breathes fire all over me, which is likely to happen. Yeah, basically you can get a Flame Tails if you... Oh, you know what? You can get the Flame Tails even if you freeze them. I don't know why we didn't get it from the previous set then. In that case, let's just kill him. I wonder why the other ones didn't drop tails. Huh, curious. But... Anyway, this is rather deserted, but we wanted to find the waterfall much earlier. Yeah. And there does seem to be something there with a slope. We can also do a waterfall ascent. Because I do have Zora suit. As long as we can actually get the shield surf to come out of that. So that's something we should consider. That would be at the far side over there. And that body of water, which we would have to approach from the bridge. I think it was a waterfall on this side. I want to check those down below. Yeah, quite a ways down below, in fact, so we'll have to slip on down. Maybe we want to look at the extent of where we can go here first, just to check. And just all the way to the tip, in case we miss something interesting. That's fallen out of the sky would give me a bit of a scouting position, perhaps, but nothing much more interesting than that. We need some meat at some point. We might as well beat some of these up. Stamina up. Oh, charge attack stamina up. Okay. It's not denied to this thing. Fine, we'll just do it this way. Gourmet meat, we'll take it. Flame chew, we'll take that too. And tumbleweed sets on fire as you would expect it to. Sniped. I actually do need more meat at this point, so it's not a bad idea to do this. I mean, it's the tails that give me the effect that I want, but yeah, so maybe we're going a little aggressive with this, but you know what, we'll drop the strong sword is nice though. We'll tag the boomerang to the claymore, perhaps. Then actually heal up. For a change. Okay, let's see. We can continue. I did say I wanted to go back to the waterfall, but this is how we get distracted. Got an encampment with a maw and a tree. And be minutes. I don't know if this is the most opportune time, but we'll give you a big shout out anyway. I was actually going to wind down pretty soon, but I do appreciate a raid. From the summer of B, last seen playing Final Fantasy. I'll give you the new style shout out as well. You know, thanks for bringing everybody in. We were actually just about to finish, but you know, I do appreciate the boost, and maybe we'll stay on a little bit longer since people are here. But if you need to go to sleep, please do. Lego Nod. And anybody else, you beat Final Fantasy 1. Congratulations. I've never done so. I don't know if you were playing off new Pixel remasters, I assume. Look at this pouring from the sky. Oh, it's a cyclone. A reverse cyclone. That actually looks like it's closer to Rito area. We'll see. Okay, let's actually beat this guy to standard way so we can loot it. Oh, these are the black types. Okay. So we can't just toast them. Or freeze them. Or rather we can, but it won't get me very far. Because they're already using ice attacks. Actually, these are the fire types, so we can just hit them directly. But I do want the tails, so we don't want to just completely toast them. Go boomerang. What is boomerang? That has a claymore on it. Didn't expect that we'd be facing the ice guys this close to the desert, but extreme climate does that to you. Oh. Double hit with a boomerang. Excellent. There we go. Very stylish. Nice big target to catch too. And we still didn't get a tail out of that, so maybe that's just a rare drop. So yeah, I guess we're pretty close to the ice range at this point. In fact, it's getting to the point where I need cold resistance. So we'll probably pop back out of that. Have we seen this previously? Hang on, my controller's acting up. Oh yeah, that's just the ferry. We've been there. It was not very friendly. Yeah, so we want to check the waterfall. We'll probably wind down pretty soon after that. But this is extreme climate. Let's get back into cold resistance if we can. We already have some cold resistance, so that's fine. We'll just keep the current gear. The Wind Waker shirt. We do need to remember to switch back to the waterfall climbing armor. If I mean to do any climbing, but we'll get to that after I check the waterfall on this side. And we shall see. So yeah, B-Minutes, if you're still there, I don't know if you're planning to play the rest of the Pixel remasters. Not that I have time for any of them. I was thinking of at least picking up the one for Final Fantasy VI at some point. Because I haven't played it since the Super Nintendo version. I didn't play that when it was current either. I played that back in the 2000s, I think. But it's been long enough that I do want to revisit it properly at some point. And I haven't played a lot of the older ones either. But, you know, JRPGs are... Even the older ones are time-consuming in their own way, although in some ways I think they were once much better paced. Like something like Chrono Trigger is actually exquisitely placed. So, we can probably just drop down to the water at this point. Although we do want a landing point, so... Let's just slide. It's going to take you a while, yeah. I mean, I guess you already played 7 on stream, right? But yeah, it's a pretty long list to get through. I don't know if you plan to include stuff like 11, because I understand that might be a bit more difficult since it was the last MMO before 14 came around. I don't know, I know the series mostly secondhand, so 11 and 14 don't count. Yeah, that's sensible. There's a bit of a wind gust going this way. We were probably supposed to use that to go over, but we are going to do this our own way. Since it's cold here, I wonder if we can actually use an ice platform. If not, we'll just have a float. And climb over. I'm trying to check behind that waterfall, but might not be likely. Totally looks like that should be a location I'm supposed to look at, though. In the worst case, we'll put on the Zora armor and ascend out of it. So that will at least give me a landing point. Yeah, I have played 14, but you don't like MMOs. Yeah, it's good to know that nice and early. I did used to have a tour of duty in World of Warcraft at some point. But that was some time in the past now, so... And I've been away from that, and I don't plan to go back. I find that one's experience in MMOs is very dependent on having the community network to keep it going. Otherwise, there's not that much of an incentive to stay. We might want to go stamina food at this point. I think, stamina is probably more efficient to climb. Rather than swim. But yeah, we'll try to get behind this, and we do have the additional stamina wheel here that I can eat into, but I would actually rather pop some stamina food, since we have a pretty good stash. And we do not have Zora armor on, which is fine because I don't want to accidentally climb if I'm going to get behind. But yeah, if you look at the map marker, I did see that it was potentially a cave in this location, so... Oh, maybe not. Hang on. Whoop. Yeah, let's get some stamina food again. And let's actually get Zora armor out now. For the jump. Maybe there's no cave here. Okay, now we need to do the shield surf to get out of this. Oh, there is a cave. Okay, that's how you do it. That's the technique that I developed for getting out of a waterfall climb without the glider. Is you shield surf and then you stomp off center to climb on the cliff. Try not to get back into the waterfall climb like I almost just did. Actually refills your stamina too, so... This is the cave. Great, we found it. Mount Naboro. And this looks like a banana spot, maybe? It looks like a Yiga clan marker to me, so... We'll drop a banana in there and see if we get a Korok. Let's drop an apple in there and see if we get a Korok. Where are my apples? How about them apples? No, I guess not. Something else entirely then. Something we have to match. Oh, okay. This guy's gonna be a nuisance. Yeah, let's stay on the 24 bow for now. Water current is going to try to sweep me down, so let's be careful with that. And we'll just stay on a Zora suit because we can swim with it, but I do wonder about that thing that looked very much like it was a Korok spot. I'll just climb. That'll be easier. Yeah, we'll probably do this cave if it's not too long and then finish up from there. Because I was planning to stop soon anyhow, since we already had the bonus stream earlier in the day. And Tonic Frog has color, all that's left is shading. Oh, is that a project that you're working on, if I understand you correctly? Now it's good night, okay. Well, best wishes with the shading of the Tonic Frog. And yeah, love the current armor. We haven't upgraded a thing yet. I'm a total glass cannon in this game. We've been relying very heavily on a certain degree of one-shot protection. Let's get a club on this thing. Yeah, we'll use the wooden stick thing. What is this? Yeah. We'll beat this a little bit. Grab some gems. We actually missed another gem spot on that side, but I'm a little more eager to get through the cave at this point. Let's see what is here. Well, it looks like it is just a secret passage to the other side. I don't know how accessible this was. Or if we missed something. It's a frog that offers you a mystery potion, and he has a mushroom head. Sounds very interesting. And yeah, we're kind of up against the current here, so maybe we're supposed to enter this side and exit from the other, but maybe not. It looks like a Korok puzzle coming, in fact. We'll just continue climbing. Because the current is not something I want to swim against. He wants to reach his friend. Of course he does. I bet we're supposed to have like a power boat or something in this location. Looks like it's the bottom of the rapids that have been horsing through this particular part of the canyon for however long. I was saying something earlier about World of Warcraft, and it so happens that's probably the clearest precedent for the kind of sequel world design that this game attempts is actually the Cataclysm rebuild of World of Warcraft back in 2010, I think it was. No, let's just grab some boxes here and smoke them this way. There we go. Yeah, because that was another case where it just sort of rebuilt an existing and well-known game world with a bit of passage of time and, you know, with locations that are altered in a way that rewarded players for recognizing what they once were before that. We're within dragon range, I hear it, but we can't shoot it from down here, so never mind that. You need to reach your friend. We'll probably take the power vehicle down and find a steering stick for it. Make sure this is facing the right direction. That's a very important nuance to using these wheels. Where's my steering stick? There's got to be one. Probably up here. Or perhaps even in a box. No, it would only be in the box if it were something in one of the lootable orbs. Well, without a steering stick, that's only going to go forward, so... Oh. Need heat protection. Single layer of heat protection will be good. Let's switch back to the Wind Waker shirt. So now we're extra fashionable. Okay, we do need a steering implement if we can find one. If not, I guess we're just going forward. which might be fine. Where's your friend? Upriver or downriver? Upriver, okay. The thing is, we know that the vehicle can actually traverse water. But I think we'll just need to take you up manually. And maybe this is a pointer to a location where I can find something like the steering stick. These backpack Koroks are just impossibly adorable. Okay. Got some butterflies that I'm totally not going to catch on this pass. Rapids might take us down somewhere interesting if we don't just reverse through them first. Again, I'd like to find something like a steering stick. We do have some of our own, but I don't want to spend it just yet. Maybe the car is covering it or something. Well, we'll see. We can kind of walk across this without being washed away. What is this? Just birds. Okay. In that case, let's head on down. Oh, we got caught in the current. Let's not do that. Let's actually cross up there. If we can avoid such problems. Yeah, possibly we can take the vehicle down, but... because basically if you tap it, it'll just go. It's just going to go forward, that's all. Oh, is that a steering stick, or is that just a rock? Or tumbleweed or something? Let's take a look. Oh, that's just a rock. Well, we can take this down to the campfire, perhaps. And hope our aim is true. Yeah, let's just poke it. See what happens. Ride it all the way down. And do we get more wheels? Yes, we do. There's just a lot of vehicles that are junked here. And we get some steering sticks, which is great. Notice that multiplying the wheels on this also doesn't have a negative effect on its battery consumption. That's a very important nuance. Also notice that we have rocks that are dropping off from upstairs, which means I can probably ride it back up. Also, yeah, this is definitely something you're supposed to take. Offered crystal there. Okay. Where's it going? Ooh, all the way back. Let's talk to this guy first. Here you go. We've got plenty of that.
No.
Very welcome. Okay, so we've got a lot of tools here that we can use. And we need to take this all the way back up the rapids, which means we'll probably board it on the vehicle. We have steering sticks, so it's not too bad. One thing we might potentially check here is that recall would actually allow me to go all the way up, I think. We'll check that first, just to see if that will work. Yeah. It brings you way higher than you need, in fact. We don't want to jump from here, obviously, but oh wow, it brings you way, way up. That's a lot higher than I anticipated. Not high enough to reach anything, of course, but, you know. If we're falling, then you can kind of drop off in this top location here and basically use that as a lift to get upstairs. We'll worry about that later. The thing we should do right now is load this thing on a vehicle. And yeah, we've got a vehicle here already, so we'll dock it and we'll drive it. A little off-center, do we care? Yes, we do. Oops. Just gonna grab the stick. Oh, is it not detachable? Huh. Strange that it's not detachable. Guess it's been fused in. That's okay. We'll just have to tag that on and drive from the back. It's an absolute monster. Okay. This vehicle might be a bit longer than what I need, but you know, we'll do it. Even the wheels are facing in the correct direction, which I guess I didn't necessarily think about. Yeah, but we know that this can go over water, so if we need to go up the rapids, we can do that. Look at that. Look at that. Very powerful. And we'll need to let up on the battery every now and then so it doesn't just burn out, but I think we could probably just take it up the rapids because it steps quite well. And we'll just let the battery reload. And we'll take it forward. Yeah, it can clearly climb. Has lots of power. And if it can climb, then it might be in good shape. But let's lift this anyway, just to make sure we get it in a good position. Whoops, did we flip this? Yes, we did. Or, oh, you know what? There was a steering stick on the bottom of the first vehicle that I had. I just needed to flip it over. Well, now we know. No wonder this felt a little bit awkward. Okay, you know what? We can do that. Just have two steering sticks or something, but we'll just attach the back piece. Yeah, I thought it was a little suspicious. Well, that makes a lot more sense. So accustomed to having to attach the steering stick ourselves, and I just didn't think to check this. Okay. We'll have to lift it over certain locations. No, we won't. It'll just climb. I said it'll just climb. It'll climb really well, in fact. It's almost like this is a climbing tutorial. We will need to pull it up. take it up rocks. And just continue driving. At this point we could just walk the rocks up unless it's required for something. But no, this is clearly supposed to show you that the vehicle can climb very well. Truly an ATV. Yeah. We are going to finish on this, I think. But we'll pop this here first. You who offers the crystal. Let's pop it in and see. And there's another shrine down. This will probably just automatically give me Rover's Blessing. And we will take it. And that'll be number 33 if we're counting our blessings. And we'll see what kind of loot we get out of this. Mighty Zonite Longsword. I do like it. We'll probably... Again, we've been using too many two-handers, but we'll probably drop the rock hammer. Extra durable, though. I kind of like that. It makes sense to trade it out for the barrel club. Even though we've got that durability going. I don't know, we're so heavy on long swords, but we do need some damage. High durability, but this also has... The other one also had high durability, though. I think it's a little more flexible to have this. And then eventually use that as a club if we trade it out for a rock or something. What we can do, actually, take this, detach, whoops, detach. Take this and reattach. Just to make this stick extra long and sticky. So we've covered a significantly greater portion of the map today. You can in fact see the course of the water going this way. The vehicle is still here, in fact. You could continue to take it up. I suppose that's what it's supposed to teach you, is that, you know, if you're going against the current, you can just ride the vehicle. It's further upstream. Now, do we still have that? I think we don't. I think we would need to rebuild it. Because otherwise... Yeah, I don't know if this area is actually too deep for it, but... Perhaps not. We do have some wheels for an additional set, so... Fine, we'll smash it. Well worth it. We're going to trade out the barrel for a rock. Much better. Much, much better. Anyway, steering stick and some wheels. A steering stick and a fan. Actually, we can just make a boat. This is a boat. We want to go long? Yeah, we can go long. In case we need to load anything. Might be a little harder to turn, that's all, but... Actually, no, we'll go short. The only thing is whether it will bear to load, that's all. I think it will. We've had these little boats before. Okay, we drop it in and there we go. Yeah, it does kind of sink a little bit, but we'll take it. And take it upriver. In fact, I'm going to stop, get some crates from time to time. Come on. Nothing. A mining weapon in case you wanted to break anything, though. Let's keep going. The idea should be to brave the current and go upriver while we have the tools to do so and find out what happened to the former stable. And if we need to stop along the way, we will. Treasure chest. Like, we'll sink the boat if we load it, but we'll do it. We'll definitely take that. Might be a Korok over there, so we'll check it. Or maybe it's just a rock. Yeah, haha. Love it when our intuition is correct. And yeah, pretty good propulsion off of this. And we'll take out the keys, of course. If we can. Where are they? Oh well. Oh, here they are. Swat with this thing, probably. Come on. Don't get me. Oh, whoops. Okay, maybe not like that. But I took a bit of a slow weapon against them, but we'll stand a little inwards so we don't drop too much loot in the water. Great. Lots of eyes. We can also grab this crate in case it is something valuable. Fine, we'll smash it. Alright. Now let's see if we can continue. There is this cave over here, though, that looks very promising. Boats against the current. We'll lift this out of here in case we need it, but we don't want to get far enough to despawn it. In fact, if it is going to despawn, it might be wiser to go upriver first before we go too far. But or we could just take the boat with us everywhere we go. Oh, okay, blue horriblin. Let's actually toast him, I think. Look at that. Does very well against him. Easy. There'll be another one. Let's toast this guy too. He's not blue, but he might still... Oh, he's gonna break my boat. Get over here so you don't break my boat. Come on, get over here. Good thing he has a slow attack. There is a climb up here, so we should be cautious about it in case I lose the boat, but take it just in case. Well, it looks like it's potential waterfall climb. Oh, we got vehicle parts though, so. And it's just a sandfall. Very interesting. Wonder, there's a balloon. There is a balloon, okay. Is there a flamethrower? Hang on. Let's just mine this first. Yeah, I got a couple of other parts. There's a flamethrower, yep. And if we move some of this stuff out of the way, we can actually trade rock for boulder. That's going to be much better for mining purposes. Hang on. No, we don't want to smash this thing though, so let's get it out of the way so we can make a balloon platform. There's a rocket for initial boost as well. Might need 2 rockets for balance, but we'll see. So we might wind up despawning this after all, but we'll have a rocket, so it doesn't matter quite as much. And you know, this is too interesting to pass up. We don't want to place it directly here, because that way we know that it will go straight up. Yeah, let's be a little careful about this placement. Maybe we're supposed to place it on top of this column. No, it's a bit of a slant though, so not as likely. But we need a flamethrower. Flamethrower, where are you? We're just here. Okay. Flamethrower. Flame emitter, I should say. Where'd my rockets. Got several rockets actually. It's gonna burn out the battery like crazy. But we'll just use all of them. Float our way down. It'll be totally balanced. Might be a total disaster, but you know, we'll take it, and if we fall back down, that's actually okay because we still have the boat. At least I hope we do. One more rocket if we can. Surely there was one. Wouldn't just give me 3. Oh, Sapphire, good thing we didn't miss that. Did they cover one with the boat? No. Okay, we might just go 2 rockets on opposite corners then. What is this? Treasure. Okay, that's quite nice. Durability up as well. Greatly enhances the material's power. Interesting. Might try it with the claymore instead of the boomerang. Sort of had our fun with it. Or we didn't just trade it for this. Since we want durability for a mining weapon anyway, so, you know, we'll drop this guy. And then we'll attach that to a boulder. Yeah, so it's times 2. In fact, if you use that with one of the enemy horns, you can actually turn that into some kind of crazy plus 60 damage weapon or something. Might be the better use of it, but keep that in mind. You know what? I like this idea. Just give me one moment. Turn it into a real killer weapon. Let's do it with like a Boko horn or something. Or a Moblin horn. It's a 24. Let's do so with something that's plentiful. Just to test it out. 17. Yeah, we got a lot of those, but I didn't even use it with a silver part. We won't use the ancient blade, obviously, but let's see what else we can do. Like Horriblin, we've got a couple of those. Let's go Black Moblin. And then what we'll do is we'll try it. Plus 48. Okay, we have to keep this for special occasions, but it's also high durability, so that's quite nice. We do still need a boulder or a mining weapon, though, so maybe we'll trade one of these back out. Because mining weapons are just too essential in this game. Where did it go? Where did I put it? Oh, over here. Okay. Maybe we dropped a claymore boomerang then. We had our fun with it. The boomerang fight earlier. We just need a mining weapon, so. Very nice. One of the better treasures we found, actually. Anyway, let's detach a rocket. We need to keep us balanced. And move this slightly. It's not very straight. I feel like it's going to be a problem, but the boost does need to be balanced though, so Like this. Ugh. Very lopsided. Like the rocket's gonna go totally haywire. We can rest it on top of another object though. Just maybe use this rocket to balance it out. Just to give it a platform. Just gonna put it on top of another rocket without attaching. This may or may not work. And we don't care. We set it on fire. That's not good. Okay. That works. And the balloon went all the way over there. We're totally going to be out of range for the boat, but that's okay. We're on high ground. If we're on high ground, we can just actually skip out to the end of the water passage anyway, so I don't mind too much. This looks like a rather prominent marker. Yeah, perhaps we missed a few things down there with the boat, but, you know, we know how to get back there eventually. Let's go standard arrow here. We should actually sort by most use, but... Oh, okay. Updraft is going to carry everything up and bomb it. Let's get out. So that was not helpful, but... Shouldn't have fought that on grass. I think you're supposed to take the updraft there anyway, so that's okay. And we still potentially can use this balloon, looking at it. And yeah, we have actually another cave system over there. Which is just how this game keeps on going. One place to the next. I'm sure we must have despawned a boat by now. No point going back for it. Let's just peek up here for a moment and we'll probably log off from there. Okay, Los Tower. Yeah, we'll probably just continue trying to go upriver. We got it. This is basically a tutorial. Maybe we'll get a bonus meal for our trouble. But I suppose we just reunite his squad. Eventually. Yeah, if we eventually have some kind of platform, we can take the balloon with us. Obviously, burnt out the existing one, and that was not the best idea. But, let's see. We have a construction point over there. Oh yeah, it's a sign quest. Let's do it. We'll take the balloon with us in case we want to keep it for now. Although I assume that we'll have durability issues with it sooner or later. How did it even burn out like that? Oh, I suppose we've never actually really done these with wooden platforms. And it turns out wooden platforms might not be the best idea with fire spraying everywhere. You have my support. Let's do it. This one looks pretty simple. It's going to be attaching one on this location here. It's going to fall down currently, but we'll... Oh, or not. And we'll just stand it up. Another platform that will then reinforce. And we need to make sure it doesn't fall over in the other directions as well, so. Yeah. That's probably fine. Not totally accurate, but it'll do. Let's box this thing up just so it's a little sturdier. And then we'll put a beam around it too, just in case it decides to fall forward. No. We never know which direction it's going to go, even if we see a wind indicator. It could just topple in any direction that happens to be open, so we don't want to take too many chances with that. And yeah, we'll just brace it this way. Totally stable. Not going to move an inch. Okay. More rice balls. Cold weather attack. Very unique buff. And more muddle buds. Which we haven't used yet, but for large groups. Using that on an arrow might prove to be quite fruitful. Anyway. We should probably finish here. Because otherwise I'll just keep on getting distracted by new material. So yeah, we took the boat over here, took the balloon up. We were kind of originally taking the boat all the way upriver. But we can just walk across unless we want to check more of what the river might offer us down here. Yeah, we got all the way to the plateau cave with it. Right, because we just got off the boat here, got in here, popped back up. We'll go back this way. And see what's at the head of the river. Sure, let's do it now. We'll attach this anyway. In case we need a scouting tool at a later point. We're so close to where I want to get to. Let's just head there anyway and just see. This guy looks somewhat suspicious.
Yeah.
Since the climate shifted, I don't really see that much of a difference. Maybe it's slightly more extreme, but... yeah, the head of the new river should be pretty close by, and furthermore... oh, right, because there was the cave system that looked interesting here. That's why we didn't just enter immediately. Well, let's drop this for a moment. Or is that a cave system? Right, because if we want to go upriver, there's actually some ways to go yet. And yes, this is an entrance to something. Okay. We need the Yiga costume to get here. We know where to get that. The last piece should be by the Kark Forest. Let's mark this. I doubt 2 pieces will do it. I think we do need the full set. We can test what the reaction is, though, in case there is any kind of unique dialogue. He won't let me in, but we'll see. I didn't think so. But, you know, we know how to do it, so... Actually, let's stay on this. Stay on this. Take the balloon with me. You know, if we take the balloon up, we could actually hit the dragon. I don't want to burn out the platform and fall to my doom, so... Oh. Okay, thankfully that didn't activate the flame emitter. I was a little worried about that. And do we need to fight anything here? Maybe, maybe not. This could be interesting. Yeah, look at that, there's a shrine. Wonder if I can get there with my current tools. Escort the balloon all the way here just in case we want to reuse it, but got an interesting cavern leading this way. We might not even wind up using the balloon, but it might be interesting if we do. Ah yes, this is the former stable. And oh, we brought it all the way here. We know the shrine's up there. Let's... Right, so that is the former stable. That's giving me shrine music here. Let's move this up a bit. You know what? We can also use it to scout. Or, you know what? No, no, no. It's easier to just use it now. See what we're looking at. Probably park at the former stable and empty and this closed. Yeah, without a rocket boost, it's actually a much gentler ascent. Yeah, shrine is just up here. We need to heal up before we fall in. So we don't spend a ferry on anything. Let's... Oh, that was a bad idea. Okay. Oh well, so long, ferry. What was it for our last one? That's okay, we'll just climb it. We won't have time to do it. We'll stop here. And next time we begin, we'll start with the stable and shrine in some order. So let's leave off here with a weapon that isn't totally in the way. And that's how we'll look going into the next file. Thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you especially for the raid from B-Minutes and anybody who came with that earlier. We'll see if there is any kind of raidable target for our very small audience at this hour, but whether there is or not, thank you once again. And we've been running this every day lately. That will likely continue most days. And so, with any luck, we'll be back to continue this directly where we left off tomorrow. That said, thank you for watching. Have a great day ahead of you. Enjoy either this game or anything else you're playing, or whatever you're watching on Twitch. And until we meet again, as always, fare thee well.